Can a scholar be called a villain? Chapter 101, Gao Lao Das Panic. Murong Lin diligently trailed the survivors escaping from the northern regions towards the south. The capital had descended into a state of chaos, overrun by the hordes of blood bat locusts that darkened the skies. Their strength had reached a state where they could devour smaller towns in an instant, and their primary focus was now on breeding prolifically. The capital was teeming with first-rate experts, backed by abundant resources from the two mighty factions of the Zhonghu, the 12th Great Rock Gang and the Sun Manor. Only with such resources could they hold the blood bat locusts at bay, for now. In truth, the blood bat locusts under Murong Lin's command were expanding their reach, consuming various races and life forms indiscriminately. Their voracious onslaught extended to the farthest reaches of this hidden realm, terminating at the edge of a vast sea, more accurately, an icy ocean. It was in this expanse that the blood bat locusts finally ceased their advance. By this point, their development had reached a terrifying pinnacle. Murong Lin directed the blood bat locusts to change course, veering from their northern path towards the south, the wealthiest region in the world. Their rampage resumed anew. Following the survivors' path to the south, Murong Lin found his blade technique and strength reaching new heights, on the verge of a breakthrough. He sought the catalyst that would push him over the edge. The people had seen firsthand the horrifying locust plague, and many had been traumatized by the gruesome scenes they witnessed. Even those who hadn't directly witnessed the locusts devouring humans in gruesome detail were aware of the catastrophic events unfolding in the north. People believed that seeking refuge in the south was their only hope. With Old Bo in the south, they had faith that he could solve any problem. Unsurprisingly, Old Bo had already started taking action and had dispatched one of his trusted men, Lu Man, southward to investigate and find a solution to the locust plague. Yet, their efforts proved futile. A plague had emerged in the south as well. While they managed to mitigate a portion of the swarm, they had yet to discover an effective means of eradicating these blood bat locusts. Even with Old Bo's involvement, they could only identify some minor culprits manipulating a fraction of the blood bat locusts from the shadows. Nobody possessed the power to eliminate all of the blood bat locusts in one fell swoop. These recent developments left Old Bo highly dissatisfied. First, there was a brazen assassination attempt on his life, which still rankled him, even though the culprit was killed by Han Tang. Then, his son, Sun Jianli, was unexpectedly murdered during Tai Cheng Gang's funeral, a shocking act of internal betrayal. Finally, his call for Han Tang led to the revelation that he had been blinded in one eye, allegedly by the 12th Great Rock Gang. The events fueled his suspicions of internal treachery, pointing towards someone he had once trusted deeply, Lu Xuanhuan. Despite sending someone to investigate Lu Xuanhuan, the 12th Great Rock Gang's scheme nearly succeeded in taking his life. Even though Old Bo managed to eliminate 5 of the rocks, the emergence of the blood bat locusts as a major calamity in the north heightened his sense of foreboding. Turning his gaze to Lu Xuanhuan, Sun Yu Bo's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, "Did you kill someone?" Lu Xuanhuan nodded and replied, "I encountered a crazed drunkard on my way here who attempted to take my life, so I defended myself." In truth, he was the one who had been intoxicated. He had slain a womanizer who had been hanging around Xiao Dai, then displayed the corpse where Xiao Dai could see it. He wanted Xiao Dai to burn it to her memory that she belonged to him. Sun Yu Bo accepted this explanation without further probing. Old Bo was not one to pry, and he remained unaware of the extent of Lu Xuanhuan's vicious and cruel nature hidden behind his facade of respectability. "Did you manage to extract any information from those individuals? Do we know where these locusts originated?" Old Bo inquired. With a bitter smile, Lu Xuanhuan shook his head, "I'm afraid we won't obtain any further information. They only knew of the person who approached them. This individual sought them out and provided each of them with 100 blood bat locusts, encouraging them to exact revenge on those who had wronged them. We've only learned this from the 4 individuals we've captured, but there's also another killer who continues to evade our grasp." The locusts under his command are the most fearsome. Liu Xiangchuan couldn't help but shudder as he recalled the assassin who had ambushed him that fateful night. Surrounded by over 100 locusts, Liu Xiangchuan acted swiftly and managed to eliminate the most immediate threat, a first-rate blood bat locust. He then initiated his escape while continuously fending off the relentless swarm. It wasn't until he had expended all his hidden weapons that he finally noticed the presence of the shadowy assassin. This killer had displayed remarkable patience, waiting until Liu Xiangchuan had exhausted his resources before making an appearance. However, fortune was on his side that night. His uncle, Liu Mantian, had coincidentally sought out Old Bo, and during his journey, he stumbled upon the scene and saved Liu Xiangchuan from certain death. The mysterious killer merely spared Liu Xiangchuan a single glance before vanishing into the darkness. Liu Xiangchuan was well aware that this assassin harbored an unrelenting grudge against him, a vendetta that seemed impossible to resolve. On the roadside, Xiao Dai wept as she gazed upon the lifeless body hanging from a tree. This was a child who had simply wanted to strike up a conversation and form a closer relationship with her. But he had met a brutal end at the hands of Liu Xiangchuan. The terror still etched on his lifeless face haunted her, and she couldn't fathom the horrors he had endured in his final moments. In a daze, Xiao Dai made her way to the riverside, her gaze fixed on the bag that remained untouched in its original spot. She stared at it for a while, her focus gradually sharpening. With slow and deliberate movements, she approached the bag. Overcoming her hesitation, she opened it to find 100 famished locusts inside, creatures that had lost the vitality and cleverness they once had, but still retained their inherent ferocity, their sharp claws and teeth waving menacingly. However, to Xiao Dai's eyes, they seemed incomparably lovely. Despite their cruelty, could they truly compare to the cruelty of the world that had been unkind to her? Did she not deserve a chance for revenge? A spark of resentment flickered in her eyes as she clutched the bag of blood bat locusts. Slowly, she got up and made her way towards a new path, carrying with her a newfound determination. The silhouette of the girl gradually disappeared into the fog, just as the butterflies one had vanished from the riverside. Butterflies were beautiful, but did their beauty mean that they deserved to suffer? Due to her departure, Meng Xinghun didn't manage to meet the girl who had often shared moments under the starlit sky with him. He sat alone on the ground, gazing at the comets in the sky. It was as if he had undergone a profound realization. He stretched out on the grass and closed his eyes, emptying his mind of all thoughts. Meanwhile, driven by his jealousy of Meng Xinghun, Xiao He had undertaken a mission to assassinate Old Bo. He sought recognition from Gao Lauda and decided to seize the opportunity to kill Old Bo first. However, he unsurprisingly met his end at the hands of Han Tang. The deaths of Xiao He and Tu Darak weighed heavily on Meng Xinghun and Gao Lauda. Meng Xinghun grieved for the loss of his brother, while Gao Lauda mourned the death of one of her obedient dogs. With Yes Yang missing, Xiao He dead in the Sun Manor, and Shi Kun recovering from his assassination up north, only Meng Xinghun remained as the only viable asset she could utilize. Yet, Meng Xinghun's spirit was shaken by the memory of the intense battle between Murong Lin and Han Tang. His shaken confidence held him back from taking action for the time being. Gao Lauda, wearing a bitter expression, reproached Meng Xinghun for his inaction before departing. The death of Tu Darak left her uncertain about the revelation of her partnership with Liu Xiangchuan and Tu Darak. She had allied with these two trusted subordinates, hoping that they could assassinate their respective masters, Sun Yubo and Wan Rock King, and secure the Merry Forest's territory for her own ambitions. Gao Lauda's ambitious thoughts began to crystallize into a plan for taking control not just of the Merry Forest, but also for devouring the power and influence of the Sun Manor and the 12th Great Rock Gang. However, Tu Darak's incompetence had not only cost him his own life but had also shattered her plans. Standing outside the house, Gao Lauda deliberated for a moment before deciding to contact Liu Xiangchuan to urge him to take swift action. She believed that if Liu Xiangchuan could eliminate Old Bo, it could pave the way for her to seize the Merry Forest's title deed. The years of suffering and frustration had fueled her desire for vengeance, and she yearned for the day she could exact her revenge. Gao Lao Da's calculating gaze shifted to Shi Kun, who was dressed in white. She knew that Shi Kun was her most loyal and dependable asset, and that he was the most silent. She needed Shi Kun to kill Han Tang. Chapter 102, Butterfly's Death, Comet's Advent. Murong Lin's presence returned once again to the merry forest, but this time, he diverted his attention to the bustling casino within its confines. Instead of venturing outward, he engaged in a card game, immersing himself in the fast-paced atmosphere. Inside, time moved at an exhilarating pace. Losses materialized in the blink of an eye, and wins were equally swift. Money changed hands so swiftly that it barely had a chance to feel the warmth of its possessor's touch before vanishing into the depths of chance. Yet, despite the relentless ebb and flow of fortune, the thrill remained undiminished. It was the sheer excitement of it all, the intoxicating dance with chance, that captivated its patrons. Murong Lin, too, quickly lost the money he had brought with him. Instead of using his formidable cultivation to cheat others, he walked out of the casino, taking in the surroundings with an air of boredom. Then, a figure caught his eye, and a faint smile curved his lips. It was Lu Mantian. Old Bo's dependable right-hand man, the uncle of Lu Xiangchuan, a ruthless middle-aged individual. The term ruthless rather than cruel aptly described him. He had the audacity to betray Old Bo, but regrettably, his strength was lacking. He strolled across the bridge spanning the small river toward Gao Lao Da's residence, twirling two iron balls in his grasp. Murong Lin was well aware of the plot's current progression. His own intervention had prevented Han Tang's death by the riverside. Consequently, he couldn't predict the potential butterfly effect of this change. What Murong Lin was certain of was that tonight, Lu Mantian would likely meet his demise. As expected, the news that circulated the following morning was of Shi Kun's supposed successful assassination of Han Tang, only for him to be effortlessly slain by Old Bo with a single blow. Lu Mantian's death was announced, and it was allegedly committed in collaboration with the assassin to inflict further harm upon Old Bo. Within the merry forest, Murong Lin sat, his senses attuned to the blood-bat locusts under his command. Yes Yang's swarm had been depleted by half, and he was presently occupied with regaining his strength. Xiao Dai's swarm had only recently begun its growth and appeared to be prospering. 3 individuals had stealthily ventured toward the borders to secretly build their strength before exacting their revenge. The remaining 4 others had seemingly disappeared without a trace. Murong Lin gathered the scattered blood-bat locusts in the vicinity, keeping them within the bounds of the merry forest to nurture them. The outcome was dire, as humans soon detected the presence of the blood-bat locusts and hastily initiated their extermination within the forest. Meanwhile, Meng Xinghun emerged from his seclusion, and with a single swing of his sword, he managed to eliminate thousands of blood-bat locusts. Meng Xinghun's sword technique was like a comet, brief but devastating, and it made a profound impression even on Murong Lin. This technique seemed to be a perfect counter to Murong Lin's dark sky style. Truly, it was no surprise that he was a protagonist. Murong Lin smiled wryly as he directed the surviving blood-bat locusts to flee. In truth, these creatures had lost their significance to him. Once more, Murong Lin departed from the merry forest, journeying east to reunite with his own horde of blood-bat locusts. Murong Lin observed his blood-bat locusts approaching from a distance, a joyful smile gracing his lips. Their feeding frenzy on the small island in the sea had bolstered their strength significantly, with even the sky-reaching realm locusts growing in number. As they neared the eastern port, what initially seemed like dark clouds turned into a horrifying reality as the terrifying locusts descended upon them. In a scene of terror and chaos, the entire sky was obscured by the swarm's dark mass. 20-some groups, each led by a sky-reaching realm locust, launched a ferocious attack on the port. The unfortunate people below were met with a merciless onslaught, and despite their cries, curses, escapes and futile attempts at resistance, not a single survivor emerged from the devastation. All except for Murong Lin. Murong Lin stood amidst the ruins of the port, a witness to the aftermath of the devastating onslaught. Once the locusts had consumed everything in their path, he redirected them northward, where more chaos awaited. This time, he chose not to hide in the shadows. He was no longer content with pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Instead, he walked boldly into a city and approached its most formidable first-rate expert, Bewildered Fan, known as the cloud-swallowing leopard. Bewildered Fan couldn't discern Murong Lin's true intentions as the infamous young man stood before him. He was unsure of whether he harbored goodwill or malice in his approach. However, his confusion was short-lived. Murong Lin swung his blade with deadly precision, executing the Skynet style and catastrophe style in swift succession, beheading Bewildered Fan. In the wake of this brutal act, the entire city fell prey to the ravaging blood-bat locusts, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. After the blood-bat locusts had completed the arduous task of consuming the large city, their numbers and strength grew exponentially, reaching an astounding 5-fold increase. Murong Lin guided this now mighty swarm toward the next city on their path of destruction. As they journeyed, the vast forest teeming with wildlife fell victim to their insatiable appetite. The locusts devoured everything in their path, leaving behind nothing but desolation and ruin. Even the once lush earth was overturned, exposing only barren wasteland. This relentless devastation was the true calamity that swept through the land. Meanwhile, Old Bo had fallen victim to the schemes of Lu Xuanhuan and had been forced to flee, his whereabouts unknown. His trusted right-hand man, Yi Qianlong, had vanished without a trace, leaving him utterly devoid of any reliable allies. Even though Lu Xuanhuan had been secretly plotting against Old Bo, he couldn't officially seize the vast network of power and resources that Old Bo had held. The true extent of Old Bo's influence remained a well-guarded secret, known only to the man himself. When Lu Xuanhuan received the alarming news about the worsening situation in the south, his face contorted with concern. The northern region was fortunate to have the Wan Rock King overseeing the control of the blood-bat locust plague, but the southern territories were spiraling into chaos. 3 southern cities had already succumbed to this devastating calamity. Lu Xuanhuan hurriedly began consolidating the remnants of Old Bo's influence, all the while gearing up to defend against the relentless onslaught of the blood-bat locusts. But he would soon realize that he had gravely underestimated the gravity of the situation. The next time he succumbed to the lure of alcohol and staggered toward Xiao Dai with ill intentions, an unexpected sight met his eyes, her smile. It was a smile he hadn't witnessed in years. For a man as suspicious and vigilant as he was, alarm bells immediately rang in his mind. Instinctively, he unleashed the concealed arsenal of hidden weapons that adorned his body. But even with the countless number of hidden weapons covering his body, he proved powerless against the relentless onslaught of blood-bat locusts that filled the house. Struggling to retain his footing, he staggered out of the building, mustering the strength of the sky-reaching realm to push back the encroaching swarm. But even his formidable powers couldn't stave off the overwhelming tide of locusts. Desperate, he called upon his subordinates, yet only one heeded his summons: an assassin. A figure he knew all too well, for it was the very person who had made an attempt on his life that night. In a fit of madness, Lu Xuanhuan's sanity crumbled. Xiao Dai had betrayed him. With a wild surge of strength, he unleashed his sky-reaching realm power, feverishly suppressing the assassin known as Yes Yang, whose eyes burned with a fiery intensity. Yes Yang was also driven by the desire to kill Lu Xuanhuan, the very devil who had subjected his beloved to ceaseless, nightmarish torment. In a frenzied clash, the two engaged in a savage struggle. Yes Yang harnessed his strength as Xiao Dai commanded the blood-bat locusts under her control to attack, launching a relentless assault against Lu Xuanhuan. Lu Xuanhuan's appearance deteriorated into a state of wretchedness. Locusts clung to his clothes, stubbornly refusing to relinquish their grip even in death. His attire was quickly reduced to tatters, exposing his flesh and blood to the relentless onslaught of the swarm. Overwhelmed by fury, Lu Xiangchuan made a final desperate attempt to strike at Xiao Dai in his rage. Yes Yang tried to stop him, but it was far too late, and he had no other choice but to block the attack with his own body. He shielded Xiao Dai, his body absorbing the full impact of Lu Xiangchuan's hidden weapon, which pierced through his heart. Even with the tens of thousands of blood bat locusts providing cover, they proved powerless to shield against the venomous force of Lu Xiangchuan's hate-fueled attack. Lu Xiangchuan's eyes bore into Xiao Dai, a venomous expression etched on his face. As his body became a feast for the blood bat locusts, he watched as she pulled the dying man into her embrace. Xiao Dai looked at the man who was slowly dying in her arms, but she couldn't recognize who he was, and she couldn't understand why he had sacrificed his life to save her. Yes Yang fought to open his eyes, a bitter smile playing upon his lips. He had anticipated that Xiao Dai wouldn't recognize him. As an assassin, only a handful of individuals knew his identity. Pity filled Xiao Dai's gaze once more, akin to the mist that veils a tranquil lake, somber, yet hauntingly beautiful. "My name is Yes Yang," he managed to utter, blood and fragments of his organs accompanying his words as they flowed from his mouth. With that, he breathed his last. A man who had spent his life evading his emotions, terrified of acknowledging them, had drifted through existence in a haze of intoxication. Now, in his final moments, he had finally spoken to the woman he held dear. It was a pity that this was his first sentence to her, and it was his last. Xiao Dai clung to Yes Yang's lifeless body, her heart heavy with confusion over the depth of his feelings for her. Above them, the blood bat locusts continued their relentless dance through the sky, but not one of them harmed this butterfly. If the beauty of this butterfly was indeed a sin, then perhaps Yes Yang's sacrifice had, in its own tragic way, proved its value. Xiao Dai had, at last, found someone who truly loved her. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to his lifeless form, and in that desolate moment, she chose to end her own life. By the time Meng Xinghun arrived, all he saw was the haunting sight of the woman he loved, lifeless and embracing his dearest friend in death. A solitary comet streaked across the sky. Down on the earth, a butterfly fluttered slowly. Chapter 103, Blade Intent. Old Bo managed to escape with the aid of Yi Qianlong, a figure who had vanished from the scene in recent years. Yi Qianlong's disappearance was, in fact, linked to his covert involvement in training a group of subordinates, a group specifically designed to challenge and defeat Wan Rock King's loyal followers. While everyone had assumed Lu Mantian to be the epitome of loyalty, he had, in reality, become a traitor. Conversely, the pirate leader, Yi Qianlong, was the one who remained fiercely devoted to Old Bo. Old Bo had initially harbored a burning desire to inflict the most agonizing death upon Lu Xiangchuan, but he reluctantly abandoned that pursuit after failing to find him. Instead, he and Yi Qianlong pooled their resources to assemble their subordinates, preparing themselves to confront the dire blood bat locust infestation in the southern regions. This strategic move was one that Wan Rock King had also sanctioned, aligning their interests in the face of a common threat. When two experts at the pinnacle of the sky-reaching realm united with a common purpose, the entire realm of the Zhonghu dared not oppose them. Presently, apart from Murong Lin, only 3 individuals retained control over the blood bat locusts. One incited chaos across the plains, where livestock and tribes fell victim to the locusts' ravenous appetite. Another concealed themselves near Tai Lake, sowing turmoil in the neighboring towns. The third held sway in Yunnan, unleashing indiscriminate slaughter and turning an entire forest to ruin. Having long satisfied their personal vendettas, they had now developed a taste for the act of increasing their power through taking the lives of others. No one could go against them, and no one could stop them, and thus, they continued to sow hell wherever they roamed. The entire Zhonghu was in chaos with the complete widespread disaster that was the demonic locust plague. As farmlands crumbled under the onslaught, the cost of provisions soared. Mass migration ensued, with survivors congregating at the heart of the Central Plains, where the Sun Manor and the 12th Great Rock Gang had established a camp. People with any semblance of ability were rushing madly into the wilderness, determined to eradicate the blood-bat locusts with every ounce of their strength. It was as though the apocalypse had descended upon the world. The vast expanse of once thriving lands had turned into desolation. Wherever the blood-bat locusts had passed, the earth lay upturned, vegetation decimated. Even the central residence of Xuanhuan King, the Xuanhuan Castle, had suffered destruction. Fuming with anger, Xuanhuan King arrived at the central camp to meet with Old Bo. "How's your situation? Have you identified the masterminds behind all of this?" Old Bo inquired, wasting no time as he contemplated swift action against those responsible. "I managed to find and capture one, but all we discovered was that he was merely a pawn," replied Xuanhuan King with a grave expression. In his pursuit of this individual across the plains, Xuanhuan King had come to realize that the man had long descended into madness, a madness fueled by an insatiable addiction to the formidable power he now wielded. This unequivocally indicated that he wasn't the mastermind pulling all the strings. Old Bo's gaze was similarly solemn as he nodded, "I've also captured one, and it was also just a pawn." "Who's the puppeteer?" "I don't know. This person must be exceptionally skilled at concealing their identity. No matter how well hidden they are, they'll inevitably leave traces behind." "Do you have a lead on who this mastermind might be?" Xuanhuan King countered with a question of his own, "Who are the most renowned figures in the Zhonghu these days?" "The Comet Butterfly Sword Meng Xuanhuan and the Thin-Bladed Demon Murong Lin. Now, have you figured out who it is?" Xuanhuan King's wise and far-sighted gaze pierced into him. He was a person that had no choice but to be wise. If he were to falter even once, he would have been killed immediately by this old man before him. Old Bo nodded, "Meng Xuanhuan lacks the capability and cruelty for such a plot. Then it can only be Murong Lin. His origins are shrouded in mystery, and he's the most likely suspect behind the demonic locust plague," Xuanhuan King concluded. The two men locked eyes for a moment before Old Bo gave a solemn nod. "He vanished long ago. All I know is that he killed Chen Xiaodao, the chief helmsman of the 28th Serial Fleet, just 3 days ago. Chen Xiaodao has been a first-rate realm cultivator for the past decade. But he's not a match for us, correct?" Old Bo's voice dripped with assurance. Confidence was a necessity for Old Bo, especially since Yi Qianlong was now his sole remaining subordinate. As the leader he had to exude unwavering self-assurance. "We'll locate him first and then deal with him. Once he's taken care of, the demonic locust plague will be far easier to resolve." Unbeknownst to Murong Lin, who was distant and oblivious to the alliance forming against him, Sun Yubo and Xuanhuan King were now united in their determination to confront him. Amidst a swarm of blood-bat locusts, Murong Lin's awareness was attuned to his burgeoning strength. The fourth layer of the sky-reaching realm. Murong Lin had initially sensed the inklings of his breakthrough during his duel with Chen Xiaodao, and now, the moment for him to advance had arrived. It had been his second month since entering this hidden realm, leaving him with only a month left to make the most of this opportunity. Without resorting to his villain value, the sole resource left for him to enhance his cultivation was the stash of spiritual medicines he had previously acquired in the remnant. However, these medicines were primarily intended for pill making, and their high grades were due to their age rather than their exceptional effectiveness. Gazing at the system window, Murong Lin began searching for an item that could bolster his strength and aid in advancing his blade techniques. "Auntie, I want to purchase the Shattered Blade Elixir." Murong Lin spoke. "Ding! Master, do you confirm spending 10 villain value to purchase the Shattered Blade Elixir?" "Buy it, too." "Ding! Congratulations to Master for purchasing the higher sky-grade spiritual elixir, the Shattered Blade Elixir." As the two small porcelain bottles slowly manifested before him, Murong Lin's gaze turned grave. Could there be an item that boosted one's strength without any side effects? No. The Shattered Blade Elixir came with a painful drawback. After consuming this elixir, the drinker would experience a sensation akin to swallowing shattered blades, a torment that seared their very soul. While their physical body remained unharmed, the agony manifested on a spiritual level. Only through enduring such excruciating pain could they hope to increase their strength. Murong Lin sought out a secluded spot and downed one of the bottles of the shattering blade elixir. Instantly, his visage twisted into a grotesque mask of viciousness. He clenched his fists, shattering the porcelain bottle in his grasp. Ka! A sharp sound rang out, and it resembled the very sound of his soul being torn apart. His muscles quivered, his teeth chattered, and the torment that had begun within his mind swiftly radiated throughout his entire body. Pain. Full. Yet Murong Lin's gaze remained resolute, he craved power. For he had decided this world, he would devour it. Murong Lin gritted his teeth, determined not to cry out in pain, even as cold sweat dripped from every pore of his body. Inside his soul, within his spiritual sea, faint threads of light began to materialize. These luminescent strands circled within his spiritual sea, synergizing with the effects of the shattered blade elixir. His spiritual sea quivered. Gradually, ever so slowly, an intangible blade light took shape within his spiritual sea. Murong Lin fixed his gaze upon this blade light, a joyous expression blossoming on his face. It was the nascent form of his blade intent. According to the world's spiritual technique scriptures, a rudiment was a technique one understood to a small degree, capable of being employed at will. Comprehending a substantial portion of a technique and gaining insights into a certain scope, or forging entirely self-created techniques, marked the entry into the intent realm. For instance, those skilled in weaponry might awaken sword intent, blade intent, spear intent, or fist intent. Those adept in the sorcery could awaken fire intent, ice intent, wind intent, or lightning intent. And then, there were the anomalies: the life intent, destruction intent, dream intent, battle intent, and other unique forms of intent realms. Above the intent realm, even more unfathomable existences existed. However, understanding the intent realm was a formidable task, even for those in the cognizance realm, not to mention the realms beyond. Murong Lin's capacity to comprehend blade intent was due to his innate talent, wrathful, selfish, as well as the effect of the shattered blade elixir he had ingested earlier. Suppressing the agony etched onto his features, he downed another bottle of elixir. His strength burgeoned relentlessly. The fifth layer of the sky-reaching realm. The sixth layer of the sky-reaching realm. The seventh layer of the sky-reaching realm. With the assistance of the two shattered blade elixirs, Murong Lin experienced a meteoric ascent in his cultivation, breaking through 3 small realms and soaring to the 7th layer of the sky-reaching realm. Flashing blade lights enveloped his body, and as he released a blade light, the earth before him dissolved into nothingness. At long last, he had successfully stabilized the nascent form of his blade intent. A slow exhale escaped his lips. The effects of the shattered blade elixir gradually faded within him, leaving only his formidable strength and the blade intent that coursed through his being. The surrounding blood-bat locusts that circled his body were also overjoyed at the sight of their master's breakthrough. Murong Lin gripped his blade, rising to his feet with a fierce grin. Then, he flew in the direction of the central plains. Chapter 104, Sieging Murong Lin. The demonic locust plague swept through the Xuanhuan as the rumors of Murong Lin's devilish identity spread. The blood-bat locusts, resembling creatures that had crawled forth from the abyss of hell, were unmistakably foreign to this world. Little did they know that this world was merely a hidden realm, with an incomprehensibly vast universe beyond, teeming with countless experts. The inhabitants of this realm believed that Murong Lin was a demon, an entity from the underworld sent to unleash havoc upon them all. The onslaught of the demonic locust plague relentlessly devoured the south as Old Bo and Wan Rock King exterminated the locusts in the city that they guarded. Despite their cultivations at the peak of the sky-reaching realm, their strength proved insufficient to stem the full tide of the demonic locust plague. Rallying experts and influential factions within the Xuanhuan, they prepared themselves for the imminent confrontation with Murong Lin. The only way to put an end to the crisis was to eliminate Murong Lin, and with this determination, a formidable force surged forward to exterminate the smaller swarms of blood bat locusts while fervently hunting for Murong Lin's whereabouts. Finally, they detected traces of Murong Lin in a small town. Old Bo, Wan Rock King, and a handful of seasoned Zhonghu experts led a formidable contingent toward the town. Murong Lin quickly became aware of their presence. In a small town already laid to waste, the arrival of several hundred people couldn't be missed. He commanded the blood bat locusts to advance, gathering the swarms that obscured the skies above nearby towns. Most of the experts gathered were second-rate, or more precisely, they were manifestation realm experts. Without hesitation, they unleashed their manifestation transformations, launching a full-scale assault on the encroaching blood bat locusts. Meanwhile, Old Bo and Wan Rock King joined forces in their assault on Murong Lin. Sun Yu Bo's complexion was already pale from the injuries sustained during Lu Xiangchuan's ambush, and now he fought on, bearing the burden of those previous wounds. Wan Rock King launched the first assault, bedecked in resplendent armor and wielding a pike. His eyes locked onto Murong Lin, who advanced toward them at a deliberate pace, and he thundered, "You devil, do you know what you have done?" His furious voice echoed like a clap of thunder, reverberating through the air. A golden, great rock slowly materialized behind him, its razor-sharp talons poised to strike as its fierce gaze bore down on Murong Lin. Murong Lin remained still, responding with an air of indifference, "What have I done? Murder? The daily death toll in the Zhonghu exceeds the lives I've taken throughout my existence. Raising these blood bat locusts? How many lives has humanity devoured? And now that the tables have turned, do you all suddenly possess the right to be outraged?" Wan Rock King found himself outmatched in the verbal exchange. In response, Old Bo's gaze darkened as he interjected, "Do you even comprehend the calamity these locusts will bring upon our world?" These days, a shadow of anguish clouded his features as he surveyed the desolation inflicted by the blood bat locusts. No signs of life remained. The once vibrant realm had succumbed to the locusts' ravenous consumption. The earth, stripped bare by their relentless gnawing, lay sterile, a death sentence for humanity. In every apocalyptic movie, the ones who rage are often those devoid of strength. True heroes, on the other hand, choose to act. Murong Lin remarked. Suddenly, a silhouette flickered behind him, a dark mist coalescing in that very spot. It was the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness. With a swift motion, Murong Lin unsheathed his blade and swung it down toward Wan Rock King and Old Bo. Skynet style. Wan Rock King and Old Bo swiftly evaded the attack. Assisted by the might of the Golden Rock, Wan Rock King's speed had reached an astonishing level, rendering it nearly impossible to discern his silhouette. Old Bo, on the other hand, closed his eyes and extended his arm, delivering a casual downward strike toward Murong Lin. It was an unstoppable palm. In the Zhonghu, witnessing Old Bo's actions was an exceedingly rare occurrence, and witnessing his true strength was even rarer. This was largely due to the fact that he rarely needed to intervene personally. He had an array of allies ready to act on his behalf, and his strength was so overwhelming that he seldom needed to exert his full might. The palm struck Murong Lin's descending blade, instantly dispersing his technique. Simultaneously, Wan Rock King's form materialized behind Murong Lin, his pike thrusting toward Murong Lin's back. Murong Lin reacted with remarkable swiftness, launching another technique. Catastrophe style. The space around Wan Rock King's figure cracked, and numerous wounds manifested instantly across his body. Simultaneously, a blade light materialized. This single attack inflicted severe injuries upon Wan Rock King. As if in the blink of an eye, Murong Lin's form appeared behind Old Bo. Even Wan Rock King himself could not fathom how Murong Lin had executed such an instantaneous maneuver. Old Bo's expression shifted, a bloody aura suffusing his complexion as he invoked his ultimate technique. Sky Ascending Jade Dragon Palm. He pivoted his body toward Murong Lin and delivered a palm strike. However, what met his palm was the slender paring knife clutched in Murong Lin's grip. The slender blade yielded ever so slightly before piercing through Old Bo's hand. Strengthened by his manifestation transformation, Murong Lin's blade became a weapon that no one in this world could withstand with their flesh alone. Old Bo's palm was instantly torn by the blade chi. Suppressing the pain, he swiftly withdrew his hand and retreated. "Be cautious of his blade. It's incredibly sharp," Old Bo shouted. "Be cautious of his speed, he's extraordinarily fast," Wan Rock King warned. Once more, the two figures stood side by side, observing as Murong Lin initiated his third blade. Murong Lin had unveiled this third blade once before in the Zhonghu, and now, he wielded it anew, having enhanced his strength significantly. Dark sky style. Instantaneously, the sky surrounding them darkened. Old Bo and Wan Rock King quickly exchanged glances, only to realize they couldn't see each other. The entire battlefield had plunged into darkness. Wan Rock King's silhouette flickered as he darted left, but he couldn't escape the confines of this attack. He sensed danger, but he couldn't pinpoint its source. In this inky abyss, silence reigned supreme. Even the cacophony of death and battle outside, where people fought valiantly against the blood-bat locusts, had vanished into nothingness. Here, sight had abandoned him, and the darkness stretching before him was more ominous than the darkest night. Gone was the sense of smell. Not even Wan Rock King's acute sense of smell could detect Old Bo's scent or the faintest trace of blood. Wan Rock King now understood the peril they were in. Old Bo, too, sensed the impending danger. He couldn't ascertain whether he still stood in the same place or if he had slipped into a hidden dimension. It was akin to a descent into hell. All five senses had been snatched away, leaving him devoid even of the sensation of his own heartbeat. For an instant, Old Bo pondered if he had perished and entered the afterlife. This was Murong Lin's third blade. With his blade chi, he had crafted an environment reminiscent of the confinement room, a space where the victim's five senses were utterly severed. It wasn't that they were unable to see or smell, but that the flow of information from these senses to their brains had been severed by Murong Lin's blade. Old Bo stood motionless, closing his eyes as he tried to rely on his inner senses. Yet, at that very moment, a voice reached his ears. "Do you still remember your daughter, Xiao Dai?" It was Murong Lin's voice. Sun Yu Bo's eyes snapped open, disbelief edged across his features as he cried out, "You were responsible for her death." Following the outbreak of the demonic locust plague, Old Bo had dispatched his men to search for Xiao Dai. All they had discovered, however, was the ruin of her home. He had presumed she perished in the chaos, never suspecting that Murong Lin had singled her out with intent. Before him, a figure seemed to materialize, its form slender and elegant. Draped in a crimson cape, this silhouette moved slowly toward Old Bo. Old Bo stood stupefied, recognizing this silhouette as that of his own daughter. While another individual could potentially replicate her appearance, none could mimic her compassionate presence. But it was a pity that Murong Lin could. His evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness had disguised itself as this very silhouette. Then, within the encompassing darkness, Murong Lin materialized behind Old Bo, thrusting his blade deep into Old Bo's spine. Old Bo's body wavered. Murong Lin's attack had pierced the wound inflicted by Lu Xiang Chuan's hidden weapon. Before it could even begin to heal, it was wounded afresh. Old Bo's expression contorted as he collapsed to the ground, and after a few feeble convulsions, he breathed his last. In his dying moments, his eyes held a mixture of shock and guilt. His guilt towards Xiao Dai. Old Bo had met his demise, yet Wan Rock King remained unaware. He witnessed the vanishing of the darkness before him, and with another blink, his vision was restored. However, what met his gaze was the lifeless form of Sun Yu Bo sprawled out before him. The man with whom he had locked blades for over half of his life had actually died at the hands of their junior. Wan Rock King's expression momentarily wavered, and as he perceived a flicker of impending danger, he hastily sidestepped. He heard Murong Lin's roar. "Turn your head!" Instinctively, Wan Rock King complied, only to find a blade of light hurtling toward him. In that moment, a realization struck him, and he cried out in dread. Saint of the Blade Dao. Chapter 105, The Fourth Blade. The Saint of the Blade Dao was also known as the Blade Intent in this world. Murong Lin had fused his own blade intent in this single strike, launching it with brutal force against Wan Rock King. Dodging was impossible. A seemingly unremarkable blade light, devoid of ostentatious embellishments, pierced through Wan Rock King's neck. His head was severed and catapulted through the air, his expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief frozen in death. The employment of the blade intent, even in its nascent form, proved more than sufficient to shock Wan Rock King. This occurrence was something only recounted in ancient records, never had he anticipated anyone capable of achieving such mastery. Murong Lin slowly sheathed his blade, exhaling deeply. Then, his gaze drifted across the battlefield. Scores of first- and second-rate experts labored in unison to combat the blood-bat locusts. Witnessing the event that just unfolded, a prevailing sense of hopelessness overtook them, plunging them into a pit of despair. It's all over for us. Old Bo is dead. Even Old Bo is dead. We stand no chance. If even Wan Rock King couldn't evade this demon's blade, how can we possibly defeat him? He's looking this way. That demon is watching us. Run! But we can't run. Everyone, attack! We must vanquish that demon. Desperation took hold, prompting some to act on their hopelessness. A few opted to end their own lives then and there, impaling their necks with their own weapons. Murong Lin surged forward, weapon in hand, only to suddenly halt mid-stride. The wicked grin on his face froze as his legs stilled. Swiftly sidestepping, he narrowly evaded an explosion that erupted where he'd stood moments ago. A sword light descended from the sky, revealing the arrival of reinforcements. All eyes turned to its source, only to see a wave of support headed their way quickly. Their leader was Meng Xinghun. Meng Xinghun's gaze was keen as it locked onto Murong Lin with the occasional comet flying past within his eyes. The recent attack had originated from him. Within his grasp was a human head, the one responsible for controlling the blood-bat locust's rampage in Yunnan. Murong Lin's attention fixated on the severed head, then, he scrutinized Meng Xinghun's eyes. With the demise of the 9 individuals he'd manipulated using the blood-bat locusts, only one individual remained who could control them himself. Meng Xinghun bellowed in fury, Murong Lin. Are you responsible for the deaths of Yes Yang and Xiao Dai? He pointed an accusing finger at Murong Lin, his appearance in disarray, with wild, untamed hair and his potent sword aura surging from his form. His eyes held a mixture of rage and grief as they bore into Murong Lin. Murong Lin merely tilted his head, a cynical chuckle escaping his lips. If I were to deny it, would you believe me? He raised his knife, launching 2 strikes in quick succession. Skynet style. Catastrophe style. However, Meng Xinghun expertly parried the twin blades with the sword in his grip. The comets in Meng Xinghun's eyes blazed even brighter as he glared fiercely at Murong Lin. While his 2 attacks failed to reach Meng Xinghun, they continued on toward the people behind him. Ping! The ground shattered as countless people were injured, and even a large number of blood-bat locusts perished. But all eyes remained fixed on Meng Xinghun. Old Bo and Wan Rock King were both dead, leaving Meng Xinghun as their sole hope. Comet Butterfly Sword Meng Xinghun, that was the name they pinned their hopes on. They wanted to see if he could defeat this demon. The corners of Murong Lin's lips curled up slightly as he remarked, "You've seen my third blade before." Meng Xinghun responded calmly, "I have." "Then you must know how terrifying it is." "Yes. And yet, you still dare to stand against me here." "I only know that retreat is not an option." Meng Xinghun slowly drew his sword before him, and the comets deep within his eyes blazed even brighter with each passing moment. Murong Lin didn't utter another word. Instead, he immediately unleashed his third blade. Dark Sky style. In an instant, just like before, an entire sea of darkness swallowed Meng Xinghun. All 5 of his senses were robbed from him, and he felt utterly cut off from the world. In this darkness, he couldn't even sense the passage of time. But Meng Xinghun wasn't afraid. His gaze remained resolute and unyielding. The comets in his eyes slowly emanated outward, causing even Murong Lin to falter and stand still. These comets appeared to originate from the depths of Meng Xinghun's eyes, but in reality, they emanated from his sword technique. A single comet streaked past, illuminating the entire dark world. In an instant, the warm and affectionate light exploded forth, only to vanish just as swiftly. It was like a comet, an entity that appeared fleetingly before disappearing into the darkness. What remained, however, was a sky filled with romance and profundity. Were comets beautiful? Of course, they were. These streaks of light brought boundless joy and anticipation to humanity. Just like butterflies. Both were extremely beautiful existences, destined to exist only for a brief moment. Butterflies had short lifespans, and they, too, could only grace the world with their presence for a fleeting period, akin to the comets that streaked across the sky. But why did they exist? What was the purpose of their fleeting lives? For such a short existence, what meaning did they hold? To whom were they offering their existence? Only Meng Xinghun knew the answer. Flowers were beautiful, yet their existence gained meaning when someone appreciated their beauty. Comets were ephemeral, yet in the few seconds of their existence, thousands, if not tens of thousands of people would witness their magnificent display. This was the meaning of their existence. And it was the meaning of every human life. And so, he swung his sword, shattering the cage of darkness in an instant. But the sword's brilliance didn't diminish there, it continued to surge forward with pinpoint precision toward Murong Lin. In that moment, it was as though the entire radiance of those comets had converged upon Murong Lin. Comets were fleeting, but so were human lives. When would the endless cycle of spring flowers and autumn moons find its conclusion? How much of the past do we truly comprehend? The starry sky doesn't question the fleeting nature of light, it simply shines brightly in the present night. Meng Xinghun poured all his strength into this single strike, his eyes reflecting the profundity of the dark night. The sword light struck Murong Lin, propelling him through the air, and a smile played upon his lips, a smile seemingly filled with joy. As he soared, his body twisted and tumbled, crashing forcefully into the ground and sending up clouds of dust. Expressions of joy immediately blossomed among the onlookers, and some couldn't contain their disbelief, exclaiming, "The demon has been defeated." But Murong Lin wasn't ready to let them revel in their victory just yet. He struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze locked onto Meng Xinghun. They were both in similar states. Meng Xinghun had depleted his energy, and Murong Lin had suffered severe wounds. Meng Xinghun spoke first, "I've overcome your third blade." Murong Lin replied indifferently, "If you weren't the protagonist, I would have killed you long ago. I was only hoping for a pleasant surprise from you, just like Han Tang. But it turns out you both are quite decent." Murong Lin grinned, his teeth stained with blood. "Ha! You demon, you can still banter when you're on the brink of death. I just don't want you to die in ignorance. Apart from that, thanks for showing me the comet technique." Murong Lin slowly raised his blade once more. Meng Xinghun's anxiety became even more palpable as he raised his blade in response. "Your third blade won't work against me." He attempted to undermine Murong Lin's confidence. "That's exactly why I'm thanking you. Your comet technique has provided me with the chance to forge my fourth blade." Murong Lin said deliberately, his body straightening as his eyes radiated with arrogance. Meng Xinghun's expression shifted, his face draining of color. What followed was a sentence that struck despair into his heart. "The fourth blade, everlasting style." Chapter 106, The Gains of His Devourment. If comets were fleeting, what then was everlasting? If a butterfly's life faded before autumn, would it not bear any regrets? Murong Lin understood that nothing was truly fleeting. Following the ephemeral brilliance, what remained was an enduring darkness. After the transient meteor, it would reappear in centuries. Following the death of one butterfly, others would emerge in the following year, with even more resplendence. Hence, life was not fleeting. There had to be faith that life would leave an enduring imprint. Murong Lin swung his newly forged fourth blade with deliberate slowness. Everlasting style. The blade light moved, seeming both incredibly swift and agonizingly slow simultaneously. It painted its path wherever it traveled, leaving traces that seemed destined to never vanish. Despair began to etch itself onto Meng Xinghun's face as he witnessed this attack. However, echoing shouts soon emanated behind him, causing his despair to waver momentarily. He brandished his sword, charging forward with a defiant roar, "Run, everyone! If even one of you survives, it's worth it!" He started swinging his blade again. But this time, it was no longer directed towards Murong Lin. He knew that blocking this blade was impossible, and all he could hope to do now was to try and save these people before his inevitable demise. Meng Xinghun sacrificed his own vitality as he brought down his sword. This strike held a chilling finality incomparable to his last. It was akin to a sorrowful comet streaking through the somber night sky. The sword's radiance flashed, obliterating a multitude of blood-bat locusts and forging a path. However, before the others could seize the opportunity to flee, they bore witness to Murong Lin's blade light striking Meng Xinghun. The world was an everlasting entity. Had anyone ever truly glimpsed the boundlessness of this world? Even in their last moments, it would remain unchanging. And this blade led Meng Xinghun to his demise. The world was everlasting, and none could escape its grasp. Meng Xinghun had no time to react as the blade severed his body in two. The brilliance in his eyes waned, no longer holding the shimmer of comets, nor the profundity of the night. Mournful cries echoed among the onlookers. Some fled, while others descended into madness. They rushed along the path Meng Xinghun's strike had carved, their speed causing even the blood-bat locusts to struggle to keep pace. With a smile, Murong Lin commanded the stronger locusts to consume the fallen bodies, while another swarm pursued and eliminated the survivors. In the end, a dozen individuals managed to escape the carnage. However, Murong Lin chose not to pursue them. Instead, he sat down on the spot and focused on healing his wounds. The battle had taken a toll on him, and creating the fourth blade, everlasting style, had drained a significant amount of his energy. Only as night descended did he reopen his eyes. He stood, feeling the slender blade in his grip, a grin etching his lips. "Now, nothing can stand in my way." Murong Lin advanced steadily, and his ever-present blood-bat locusts followed suit. They had devoured not only Old Bo, Wan Rock King, and Meng Xinghun, but also the hundreds of experts who had fallen in the battle. Now, Murong Lin commanded a legion of over 100 sky-reaching realm blood-bat locusts, including one at the 9th layer of the sky-reaching realm. With satisfaction, he observed the locust in his hand and pointed toward a patch of land untouched by the swarm. "Consume this world." Instantly, countless blood-bat locusts from the little town took flight, rejoicing and crying out in joy to their master. They formed a whirling vortex around Murong Lin, their dance creating a hurricane as they enveloped him in the center. As Murong Lin soared northward, the hurricane of blood-bat locusts relentlessly swept through everything in its path. When it reached the forest, its powerful suction force uprooted trees, allowing the swarming locusts to devour them in an instant. Countless beasts were unable to even emit a cry before they were swiftly devoured by the ravenous locusts, leaving nothing behind of their corpses. Accompanied by Murong Lin's occasional release of blade chi, the already ravaged landscape became even more desolate. Meanwhile, those who had managed to escape the small town quickly spread the horrifying news to the gathering of people. Despair settled over the crowd. "It's the end. The locusts will consume us all. Woo. Why did this happen? Where did we go wrong? Since we're all going to die, what's the harm in indulging ourselves before the end?" Faced with impending death, the darker aspects of human nature began to emerge. Before Murong Lin and his horde of locusts even arrived to attack the human settlement, it had already descended into chaos. By the time they reached it, there was hardly any resistance left. Despite the presence of some hidden experts and even gunpowder masters among the humans, they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers and absolute power of Murong Lin's forces. The central camp fell swiftly without any losses on Murong Lin's side, and he wasted no time in expanding his exploration of this world. His power had grown significantly, reaching the 7th layer of the sky-reaching realm. With this level of strength, he estimated that it wouldn't take more than 10 days to complete his exploration of the world. And so, Murong Lin ordered his blood-bat locusts to completely devour this world. With a single sweep of one's gaze, all that could be seen were desolate and barren lands. Even the soil was turned over for the locusts to consume the creatures beneath. Even the life forms within the once vast sea met their end, as the ravenous locusts left no corner untouched. Upon stepping beyond the end of the sea, one would step out of the boundaries of this hidden realm, and one would be met with the endless void that lay beyond. This boundless void was so treacherous that even those in the cognizance realm might not last for more than a second. After a month had passed, Murong Lin's time within the hidden realm came to an end. The 3-month cultivation period he had been granted had elapsed. He gathered the countless blood-bat locusts and stored them within the spirit familiar storage bag provided by the system. With his venture concluded, he began to assess the gains he had acquired from this endeavor. "Enti, open the system window," Murong Lin requested. Villain score, 800. Age, 19. Cultivation, 7th layer of the sky-reaching realm. Innate talent, bloody poisonous insect A cup ointment, little villain halo, wrathful, selfish. Cultivation method, lifelessness law, mortal form, evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness. Skills, heaven and earth blade art, nascent form of blade intent, heart-hurting arrow, flowing cloud fluttering sleeve. Equipment, nameless paring knife, god-sealing silver chain. Spirit familiar, bloody poisonous insect, blood-bat locusts, swarm. Servants, the 108 levels of the Qingyi Tower, incomplete. Inventory, some resources within the storage ring, fragment of Great Villain Halo *4, Blessed Enigma Cauldron, Mysterious Map, Zhou Fan, Mysterious Ring, Long Chen. During these 3 months, my cultivation has broken through to the 7th layer, and I've awakened blade intent while creating the 4 styles of the heaven and earth blade art. But compared to the previous 2 months, it still feels a bit lacking. Murong Lin remarked with a shake of his head as he took in his surroundings. He was still within the demonic beast forest, although his exact location remained unknown. Murong Lin clapped his hands, conjuring a figure dressed in green within the forest. This figure approached him with respect, kneeling before Murong Lin and addressing him, "Floor Master Qing Shalu greets Master. In these few days, has anything significant happened?" Murong Lin inquired, not particularly concerned about Yan's affairs. He viewed the entire country of Yan as a trifling matter that he could easily crush with his current level of cultivation. And as for his friends and subordinates within Yan? For a person like Murong Lin, they held even less significance to him. "Master, after your 3-month seclusion, many significant events have occurred. Please allow your servant to explain in detail. Firstly, the matter you are most concerned about, the protagonists." Chapter 107, Found the Protagonist Chu Zi. Murong Lin raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "Oh, another protagonist emerged." "Yes." Qin Shalu confirmed, remaining in his kneeling position. Throughout Murong Lin's 3-month absence, the members of the Qingyi Tower diligently gathered information regarding the protagonists as they regrouped their forces. As expected, a significant event had captured their attention, leading them to focus on a particular individual. In the neighboring country of Yan, Chu, the emperor is a mere 18-year-old young man. What's noteworthy is that he commands a group of officials and generals whose strength far surpasses the country of Chu itself. As Murong Lin listened, he recalled Yan's position. To the east, the sea stretched out, to the north was the formidable country of Great Ling, which was the home country of Mr. Huang, the emissary of the Ridge Fur Alliance. The south held the demonic beast forest, while the western border connected to Chu. Chu's overall strength was weaker than Yan's, with less than 10 sky-reaching realm experts. Their instability stemmed from its ruler, Chu Batian, who was known for indulging in personal pleasures and neglecting the affairs of his nation. This had led to rampant internal strife, exacerbated by influential forces vying for control in its 21 counties, and in contrast, the imperial court's army numbered no more than 300,000. "Give me the full details," Murong Lin requested with growing excitement. "Yes." Around half a year ago, a significant upheaval occurred within Chu. The emperor, Chu Batian, had fallen gravely ill, and during his illness, the empress from the harem decided to stage a rebellion. She threw her support behind her own son, the 13th prince, with the aim of placing him on the throne while taking action against the other princes. However, an unexpected figure emerged in the chaos: the relatively unknown 18th prince, Chu Zi. He led a contingent of brocade-clad soldiers to suppress the rebellion. In a brutal turn of events, he not only killed the empress and cleansed the harem but also eliminated anyone who dared oppose him. Ultimately, he forced Emperor Chu Batian to abdicate the throne. Naturally, Emperor Chu Batian was not willing to give up his rule easily, and a sky-reaching realm ancestor of the Chu clan prepared to intervene. But Chu Zi had a formidable general in his ranks who managed to completely subdue this powerful ancestor. With Emperor Chu Batian out of the picture, Chu Zi ascended the throne officially. He not only emptied the harem but also took a wife named Diao Chan. And just when everyone assumed that it would end there, Chu Zi swiftly eliminated his brothers who were plotting resistance, sparing no one from the Chu clan. Chu Zi then announced his intention to consolidate authority over the 21 counties, which were previously controlled by different influential forces. However, he encountered resistance from the 21 feudal lords, who expressed their desire to serve the new emperor as feudalists. Chu Zi responded by dispatching 3 of his great generals, Zhao Zilong, Zhang Wenyuan, and Ma Mengqi, along with his 2 counselors, Guo Fengxiao and Pang Shiyuan, all of whom are sky-reaching realm experts. He commands a massive army, with the White Riders in the vanguard, the Ziliang Iron Cavalry and the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry in the middle, and the Unstoppable Flying Army on the flanks, supported by a force of more than hundreds of thousands of ordinary soldiers. The influential forces in the 21 counties were forced into a continuous retreat over the next 3 months. 4 sky-reaching realm experts perished, and the remaining 3 surrendered. Consequently, all authority within Chu was surrendered to the imperial court. Currently, Chu Zi has allowed his army to rest for 2 months before they will be sent back to war. Murong Lin's eyes widened in a mixture of shock and envy as he absorbed the astonishing information. In the background, the system's voice echoed slowly in his mind. Ding! Master has found a protagonist. Protagonist value, 300. Age, 18. Cultivation, unknown. Innate talent, little protagonist halo, 3 kingdoms summoning system. Fug. 3 kingdoms summoning system. Murong Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of envy threatening to surface on his face. The influential forces of Shu, Wei, and Wu, not to mention the subordinates of the 18 feudal lords, were precisely the kind of assets that Murong Lin coveted. However, his own system was limited to acquiring native cultivation resources within this world, making it impossible to obtain objects from other worlds. He had never expected that Chu Zi would possess such a system. Murong Lin's thoughts raced as he pondered how Chu Zi's system summoned those individuals from the 3 kingdoms. Floor Master Qing Shalu, still kneeling, continued his narration. 2 weeks ago, Chu Zi once again deployed his forces, this time targeting 3 specific counties. To the east, targeting the country of Chu itself, Zhao Zilong and Guo Fengxiao led the White Riders and other troops in the attack. In the west, against the country of Qi, Ma Mengqi and Pang Shiyuan commanded the Ziliang Iron Cavalry and their accompanying forces. In the north, aiming for the country of Pu, Zhang Wenyuan and Ma Jichong led the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and other units into battle. Zhang Boyu and Xia Yuan Rang took charge of the unstoppable flying army and the Daniang soldiers, tasked with clearing out the demonic beast forest in the south. Within the court, Lu Fengxian and Guan Yunchang assumed command, with Li Wenyu and Lu Zijing managing court affairs. Murong Lin faltered for a moment as he heard the names of these 12 remarkable individuals under Chu Ziyi's command, his eyes on the verge of reddening. Are they loyal to Chu Ziyi? Yes, it is rumored that someone attempted to win over these officials and generals, but they were promptly apprehended and executed, and Chu Ziyi held no one accountable for their deaths. As expected, any characters summoned through the system were unwaveringly loyal to their masters, leaving Murong Lin no room for the possibility of recruiting these extraordinary individuals for his own cause. Murong Lin's expression darkened as he took in the information, inhaling deeply before speaking. Then, what's the situation in Yan right now? Surely, they can't withstand Zhao Zilong and Guo Fengxiao. Indeed, as of the present moment, Yan has lost 15 counties. It's only a matter of time, perhaps not more than a month, before the entire country succumbs to defeat in the face of Chu's formidable army. The situation is equally dire in other regions. Pu has been annihilated, half of Qi has been engulfed, and even significant portions of the demonic beast forest have been reclaimed by Chu's advancing forces. Murong Lin nodded. He was well aware of Yan's feeble strength when confronted with the might of Chu's army. Filled with curiosity, he pressed for more information. Who currently occupies the throne of Yan? Is it Murong Ran? Following his initial calculations, most of Murong Tong's children had perished, leaving very few alternatives. Murong Lin himself was out of the question, and Murong Lu would never receive approval. That left only Murong Ran, despite his youth. With the support of the Murong clan and the Mo Shan sect, he could potentially manage the imperial court. As you suspected, it is indeed Murong Ran. Based on our assessments, it is highly likely that Zhao Zilong has reached at least the 5th layer of the sky-reaching realm. Qing Shaolu responded with the utmost respect. A glint of understanding shone in Murong Lin's eyes as a wry smile played on his lips, just as I suspected. I imagine that Lu Fengxian is the strongest among Chu Ziyi's forces, probably at the peak of the sky-reaching realm. However, under the current circumstances, charging directly at him would likely result in encountering resistance from their other forces. Murong Lin was conflicted. But then, an unexpected burst of laughter erupted from Murong Lin. Ha ha ha! Chu Ziyi, you haven't even left the Ridge Fur Alliance, yet you're already baring your fangs at neighboring countries. Do you truly believe you can withstand their collective might? And to attack the demonic beasts in the mountains during the harsh winter season? Utter foolishness! Drawing from Sheng Yi's memories, he knew that the demonic beast forest spanned across numerous countries, concealing a formidable cognizance realm old demon deep within the mountains. Historically, the occasional beast waves emerging from the forest never disturbed the dormant old demon. But the situation had now changed drastically. With hundreds of thousands of soldiers mobilized to clear the demonic beast forest, did they genuinely believe that it would be an easy conquest? Murong Lin's smile grew more sinister as he contemplated a brilliant idea. In a swift and fluid movement, Murong Lin's silhouette vanished into the depths of the demonic beast forest. His voice, however, reached Floor Master Qing Shaolu. I command you to spread the following information within Chu Ziyi's audacity in attacking the demonic beast forest will ignite a full-scale war between humans and demonic beasts. Chapter 108, The Depths of the Demonic Beast Forest. Deep within the heart of the demonic beast forest, nestled amidst the towering trees and tangled underbrush, lay a serene and pristine lake. This body of water was so remarkably deep that its bottom remained shrouded in mystery, hidden beneath its clear, emerald surface. The lake exuded an aura of profound spiritual power, so potent that even the weeds lining its banks possessed an extraordinary yellow-grade quality. In the vicinity of this mystical lake, a diverse array of demonic beasts, varying greatly in size and form, reclined. Each one radiated an aura that exceeded the sky-reaching realm in power. The mightiest among them was a wolf, his entire coat adorned in a regal shade of deep purple. He bore a fierce countenance, and his strength, residing at the 9th layer of the sky-reaching realm, surged like a tempestuous wave from his very being. At his side, a fat mountain boar inquired, "Brother, why has the ancestor not emerged yet?" Demonic beasts, upon attaining the sky-reaching realm, gained the ability to speak. Only after advancing to the Abhij realm, following the cognizance realm, would they possess the power of human transformation. However, most demonic beasts lacked intelligence. Even when they reached the sky-reaching realm, they did not acquire the gift of speech. For instance, the small green snake, coiled around the purple wolf's ear, resided at the 1st layer of the sky-reaching realm but had yet to grasp the gift of language. Its intellect remained rather low, and it survived in the cutthroat demonic beast forest by paying homage to the purple wolf as its master. The ancestor referred to by Mountain Boar was the cognizance realm entity that had resided within the demonic beast forest for centuries. Purple Wolf bared its fangs as he spoke. The ancestor hasn't inquired about external matters for several years now. The only directive left to us was to avoid acting impulsively. Our relations with the outside world have been relatively peaceful during this time. However, who could have anticipated that Chu would be audacious enough to directly besiege our territory? While there was no formal contract between humans and demonic beasts, an unspoken understanding prevailed. Humans were permitted to venture into the outer regions of the demonic beast forest for their training, while the inner parts were considered the domain of the demonic beasts. Even the mightiest individuals, such as those from the Ridge Fur Alliance, adhered to this unspoken rule. However, no one had foreseen Chu's actions. But poor old Cow, with his terrible temper, he crossed paths with those from Chu, and not even his remains were left behind after his tragic end. Added a spider-like demonic beast by the wolf's side, its massive body resembling a house. Little Cow is dead. Suddenly, an ancient voice resounded in their ears, prompting all the present demonic beasts to bow respectfully as they greeted, "We welcome the ancestor." As the ripples on the lake intensified, waves began to surface. From the depths of the lake emerged a colossal figure, exuding an aura of the cognizance realm. The colossal figure that emerged from the lake took the form of an immense python. Despite being referred to as a python, it possessed a tiger's head, its fur replaced by glistening scales. Its entire body was sheathed in pristine white scales, upon which water from the lake effortlessly slid off. This creature was none other than the forest's ancestor, an entity that had reached the cognizance realm, the tiger-faced verdant dragon python. The python's gaze held the profound depth of countless lifetimes, brimming with wisdom and experience. He listened patiently as the dozens of surrounding demonic beasts recounted the details of Chu's siege on the demonic beast forest, visibly composed. Once all had spoken, he posed a question that left the gathered demonic beasts momentarily perplexed. "Have any of you investigated the situation of Chu beyond our forest?" The gathered demonic beasts exchanged puzzled glances, none of them daring to speak up in response to this unexpected question. The assembled demonic beasts were accustomed to cultivating within their own territories, and it was exceedingly rare for any of them to venture into human domains for investigations, much less within the country of Chu. At this moment, the tiger-faced verdant dragon python directed his words toward a concealed presence within the forest. "Isn't it time for you to reveal yourself, my hidden friend?" Tension visibly gripped the assembly of demonic beasts, and Mountain Boar even roared in fury, "A human? You dare to enter the depths of the demonic beast forest? Are you seeking death?" Purple Wolf observed Murong Lin carefully, only relaxing when he noted that he possessed a cultivation level 2 tiers lower than his own. However, he remained ready to strike should the ancestor command it. Murong Lin immediately raised his arms to demonstrate that he harbored no hostile intentions, focusing on the tiger-faced verdant dragon python. He approached as he spoke sincerely, "This humble one has ventured into the depths of the demonic beast forest out of sheer necessity. I fear all of you may be unaware that Chu not only dispatched forces to besiege the demonic beast forest but also sent 3 armies to attack their neighboring countries in 3 different directions. I am a citizen of the country, Yan, one of their 3 targets. As of now, 15 of our counties have already fallen. My purpose in coming here is not to challenge any of you but to humbly request your aid and cooperation." Murong Lin's words sent shockwaves through the assembly of demonic beasts, sparking immediate discussions among them. Even Mountain Boar appeared visibly stunned. "I never expected the ruler of Chu to be so audacious. How dare he launch simultaneous attacks in all 4 directions? Does he truly believe that the strength of a single nation can conquer 3 other countries along with our demonic beast forest? He must have lost his mind. Is he not afraid of incurring the wrath of the Ridge Fur Alliance?" The tiger-faced verdant dragon python, too, was taken aback for a moment. Eventually, he relaxed and commented, "Well, that explains it. I hadn't anticipated the ruler of Chu to possess such audacity. It's no wonder they targeted our demonic beast forest." Purple Wolf swiftly interjected with a roar, "Ancestor! We cannot permit Chu's soldiers to continue their siege of the demonic beast forest. Allowing this only emboldens others while tarnishing our own prestige." Mountain Boar echoed his sentiment with his own resounding roar, "Exactly. Their act of humiliation against us must be met with a swift and decisive counterattack." The tiger-faced verdant dragon python turned his indifferent gaze toward Murong Lin, who stood before them. He spoke calmly, "Why don't we hear what this young human brother has to say? After all, he likely possesses a deeper understanding of humans." Silence fell over the gathered demonic beasts immediately. They understood that the wisdom and experience of their ancestor far surpassed their own, making his judgment the most valuable in the entire demonic beast forest. Thus, it was customary for any significant situation to be handed over to the ancestor for resolution. Murong Lin was keenly aware of the cunning nature of this ancestor, the tiger-faced verdant dragon python. From Sheng Yi's memories, he knew that this creature had ascended to the Abhij realm within the next few decades, eventually evolving into a dragon, and was eventually accepted into a strong influential force within the sea. Understanding the delicacy of the situation, Murong Lin couldn't simply suggest that the demonic beasts attack the country of Chu. Such a proposition might be misconstrued as his attempt to weaken their strengths or even incite a direct conflict between them and Chu. After some consideration, Murong Lin presented a more measured plan. "I beseech all the sky-reaching realm experts to sow chaos within the borders of Chu. You need not use your full strength, simply instilling some fear will suffice. As for the Chu army, this humble one will personally deal with it." The gathered demonic beasts turned their attention to their ancestor, who deliberated for a moment. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python believed that Murong Lin's suggestion wouldn't directly incite conflict between the country of Chu and the demonic beast forest, nor would it harm the strength of their forest. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. Little wolf, heed his words and do not place yourself in unnecessary danger." On the side, Murong Lin wore a smile as he shared with the demonic beasts the vulnerabilities within Chu's defenses, pinpointing locations where weaker armies were stationed. The demonic beasts readily agreed to his plan, pledging to disrupt the humans' activities during this period while entrusting the issue of Chu's army to Murong Lin. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python regarded Murong Lin with a hint of solemnity in his deep-set eyes before returning to the lake to continue his cultivation. He sensed no deceit in Murong Lin's gaze, instead, it seemed as though he genuinely had the best interests of the demonic beasts in mind. As an ancient demon who had witnessed centuries pass, he understood that individuals like Murong Lin were exceedingly rare. Humans were typically selfish and arrogant, but they often concealed their true nature behind a facade of morality. Therefore, the ancient demon was curious about the scope of Murong Lin's schemes. Unbeknownst to him, as he immersed himself in the river, he failed to notice the final glance Murong Lin cast toward the lake's surface, a gaze brimming with unspoken greed. Chapter 109, Catching Two People First. Murong Lin's figure weaved gracefully between the trees, leaving countless after-images in his wake as he moved swiftly along the forest path. Soon, he found himself concealed among the trees, observing a massive field beyond. In this vast field, tens of thousands of soldiers were encamped, and the prominent flag of Chu billowed high above the tents, emanating an aura of solemnity and majesty. At the heart of this sprawling camp, the auras of two sky-reaching realm experts radiated with formidable intensity. Murong Lin recognized them as Zhang Boyu and Xiahe Yuan Rang. With a sigh, he carefully assessed their auras. Both were at the 7th layer of the sky-reaching realm, possessing similar levels of cultivation. The two of them walked together, engaged in conversation and wearing smiles on their faces. His Majesty's recent orders just arrived, and he mentioned significant developments within the demonic beast forest. But what did he mean by instructing us not to act rashly? I don't know, but if it can halt His Majesty's advance, it might be a cognizance realm expert. Are you suggesting there's a cognizance realm expert within the demonic beast forest? Then what about the other three nations? Could they possibly have cognizance realm experts too? Haha, Yuan Rang, have you lost your wits? Their countries are on the brink of destruction, and their so-called cognizance realm experts haven't shown themselves. That means they don't exist. Suddenly, both of them tensed, their ears picking up an unusual sound. What's that noise? I'm not sure. It sounds like the buzzing of some flying insects, but there are so many of them. Be cautious. The two generals exchanged warnings just as nearby soldiers in the camp swiftly armed themselves. A member of the unstoppable flying army rushed over, shouting, "Generals! Generals! It's a locust swarm! A locust swarm! There are countless locusts!" In truth, he didn't need to inform them. Anyone with eyes could see the nearby sky darken as the buzzing of insect wings grew louder. The two generals possessed keen eyesight, and they used their spiritual powers to enhance their vision, allowing them to spot the blood-bat locusts concealed within the dark clouds. Their expressions changed dramatically as they shouted a warning to the soldiers, "Be on high alert! Beware of the locust swarm!" Qin Feng had chosen not to release all of the blood-bat locusts in his possession this time. Instead, he released 3 sky-reaching realm locusts, which led a swarm of 10,000 manifestation and origin realm locusts, creating the appearance of a ferocious dark cloud. Zhang Boyu and Xiahe Yuan Rang had noticed the leading 7th layer sky-reaching realm locust and the 2 4th layer sky-reaching realm blood-bat locusts. While they felt nervous, their primary concern was for the unstoppable flying army and the Danyang soldiers under their command. With their current cultivations, they were ill-equipped to resist the blood-bat locusts. The locust swarm began its attack on the outskirts of the camp, instantly devouring those with lower cultivations. However, these individuals were all summoned by Chu Ziyi's system, and their loyalty and courage were exceptional. Not one of them retreated. Zhang Boyu brandished his mace and charged forward. With wild swings, he reached the vicinity of the 3 sky-reaching realm locusts and bellowed in anger, "Demonic beasts! You're all heading for your own demise. How dare you attack the army of the mighty Chu? You're all doomed!" Xiahe Yuan Rang brandished his pike and joined his men in the crowd. The unstoppable flying army and the Danyang soldiers were capable of dealing with the locust swarm, but the tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers lacked the powerful cultivation and luck necessary for this situation. In a matter of moments, during their chaotic clash, thousands of people were swiftly devoured by the relentless blood-bat locusts. Even other resources and supplies within the camp were consumed, leaving nothing behind. Save me! I don't want to die! General, save me! These were the cries of those who belonged to the original Chu army, as well as soldiers recruited later on. They hadn't undergone more than a few months of training before being dispatched to the demonic beast forest to deal with the weaker beasts and clean up the aftermath of battles involving the summons from Chu Zi's system. Although they yearned to make significant contributions in battle, they had not experienced real warfare. The sudden eruption of this situation had caught them entirely off guard. No one had been prepared for this battle, and the onslaught of the blood-bat locusts took them by surprise. In truth, only 10,000 soldiers belonged to the unstoppable flying army and the Danyang soldiers. The remaining 90,000 were recruits from various counties within Chu. Zhang Boyu and Xia Yuanrang exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Zhang Boyu reassured, "Hold on, our support army is right at the borders of the demonic beast forest. They will quickly detect that something is wrong, and they will come to our aid." N. Xia Yuanrang affirmed calmly. However, in the midst of their conversation, Xia Yuanrang noticed someone unusual within the crowd. Before he could react, this person had already reached him, and he immediately realized something was terribly wrong. But it was too late. Murong Lin, clad in stolen Chu armor, swung his blade at Xia Yuanrang even as he waved his pike. Skynet style. Despite their cultivations being on par, Murong Lin was capable of holding his own against those beyond his realm. Xia Yuanrang exerted all his strength, using the 10-direction Dark Dragon Brawl technique to barely block Murong Lin's attack. In the next moment, Murong Lin swung his blade again. Catastrophe style. This time, Xia Yuanrang couldn't block the attack, and his face turned pale with fear. At the same time, Zhang Boyu had noticed the unfolding danger and quickly left his opponents, the 3 blood-bat locusts, to charge toward Murong Lin. He raised his mace and unleashed the unwilling dark sky technique. The ground trembled as their attacks clashed, with Zhang Boyu managing to block Murong Lin's second blade. However, Zhang Boyu seemingly sustained a significant injury in the process. The expressions on their faces changed dramatically as they asked, "Who exactly are you? Why are you attacking us? Were you the one that had caused this locust plague?" Murong Lin grinned and continued his assault, using the dark sky style for his third attack. At that instant, darkness enveloped Zhang Boyu and Xia Yuanrang's worlds, causing their expression to worsen as panic overtook their pale complexions. Xia Yuanrang urgently shouted, "Let's work together. We need to kill him immediately." In this moment, the two of them found themselves hindered by Murong Lin's relentless assault as their subordinates were locked in a fierce battle against the relentless swarm of blood-bat locusts. And among them were 3 sky-reaching realm locusts. Xia Yuanrang's face contorted with anxiety, blood essence trickling from his mouth. His lone eye blazed with determination as he clenched his teeth and shouted, drawing upon the heavens' strength, invoking the cosmic law, the power of a solitary gaze wields marvels, and with one mighty stroke, the heavens shall part. With a swift and forceful motion, he brandished his pike, causing a radiant aura to gradually emanate from its tip. In an instant, it exploded into a dazzling burst of light, aimed at dispelling the oppressive darkness cast by Murong Lin's third blade. Simultaneously, Zhang Boyu swung his formidable mace downward, striking the earth beneath him. The ground shattered into pieces, sending billowing clouds of dust into the air. This powerful shockwave forced Murong Lin to ascend into the skies, where he unleashed his heart-hurting arrow toward the 2 generals. Though Xia Yuanrang and Zhang Boyu had successfully shattered Murong Lin's third blade through their combined efforts, they found themselves vulnerable to his subsequent attack, the heart-hurting arrow. With a mere flick of his fingers, the expressions on the faces of the 2 distant men contorted, gradually draining of life. Murong Lin took advantage of their vulnerability, approaching swiftly to render them unconscious. Drawing upon the puppet refining techniques embedded within Sheng Yi's memories, he asserted control over these 2 individuals. He intended to refine them into his obedient puppets as soon as he had gathered the necessary materials. As a precaution, Murong Lin decided to stow the 2 unconscious men within the confines of the system space he possessed. Turning his attention to the surrounding battlefield, it was evident that the once formidable army had been reduced to a state of disarray and devastation. While the unstoppable flying army and Danyang soldiers had joined forces to resist the relentless onslaught of the blood-bat locusts, the remainder of Chu's army was woefully ill-equipped to handle the swarming threat and was quickly devoured clean. As they witnessed their two commanding generals fall to the individual controlling the blood-bat locusts, they fell into deeper despair. "Commander, you must retreat immediately. Relay this dire situation to His Majesty without delay." An armored Danyang soldier cut down a blood-bat locust before him with eyes full of determination before addressing the commander at his side. Chapter 110, Controlling Purple Wolf. The commander gazed upon the empty space where the two generals had stood, his heart heavy with sorrow. In a thunderous roar, he bellowed, "Protect me!" Swiftly, the surrounding soldiers rallied around their commander, their determination unwavering as they fought off the encroaching blood-bat locusts. Their valiant efforts created a grisly path littered with corpses, flesh, and blood. Under the eerie, blood-red glow of the setting sun, the commander managed to mount a horse with the assistance of his loyal soldiers. He galloped away in the direction of Chu, leaving behind 100 brave survivors from the unstoppable flying army and the Danyang soldiers. These soldiers formed a determined human wall, ready to fend off anything that pursued their commander. Their faces bore expressions of seething anger and adrenaline-fueled resolve as they glared in Murong Lin's direction. Meanwhile, Murong Lin watched their departure with a sense of resignation. He had no interest in pursuing the fleeing commander, instead lazily waving his arm to command the vast horde of blood-bat locusts to consume the remaining soldiers on the battlefield. In the aftermath of this fierce battle, Murong Lin suffered a significant loss, with 10% of his blood-bat locusts sacrificed. It was crucial to understand that the blood-bat locusts in Murong Lin's possession were those that he had obtained from the Hidden Realm, boasting both an astounding quantity and unmatched quality. However, the cost of consuming this army of 60,000 had taken its toll, as he had sacrificed 10% of these formidable creatures. This realization gnawed at Murong Lin's heart. In a distant part of the forest, Purple Wolf observed Murong Lin with a mixture of astonishment and dread. This wolf had concealed itself deeply, tasked with uncovering the extent of Murong Lin's capabilities and schemes. Dealing with an army of this magnitude was a formidable challenge even for the wolf. Using the vertical eye positioned atop his forehead, Purple Wolf had witnessed the battle from afar, bearing witness to the overwhelming force of Murong Lin's attack and the horrifying multitude of blood-bat locusts that had shrouded the sky. What in the world is that? How does it possess such astonishing devouring and offensive capabilities? Purple Wolf scrutinized the locusts as they feasted upon the fallen soldiers' remains, a palpable sense of fear coursing through his veins. Purple Wolf cast an anxious glance in Murong Lin's direction before he quickly turned and bolted deeper into the demonic beast forest, determined to relay this unsettling discovery to his ancestor. It had become abundantly clear that Murong Lin, despite his seemingly innocuous appearance, was an ominous and terrifying presence. As the wolf sprinted toward the tiger-faced verdant dragon, he suddenly felt an eerie sensation of being watched from behind. Anxious, he turned his vertical eye to inspect the source of this disconcerting feeling, only to be met with a spine-chilling sight. Not far away, perched on a tree branch, was the figure of the very person the wolf had hoped to avoid. Murong Lin. This was the same Murong Lin who had initially defeated the two generals and then commanded the blood-bat locusts to devour the 60,000 soldiers. The wolf's fur bristled, and a thin sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. Swiftly, he opened the vertical eye on his forehead, directing it toward Murong Lin to prevent any potential sneak attacks. In a tense voice, he called out to Murong Lin, "Murong Lin? What are you up to?" Murong Lin remained silent to his question, his eyes fixed on the distance. He muttered to himself as he stood on the tree branch, "So, it was really you, the one who's been following me." While he had sensed the presence trailing behind him, it had managed to elude his divine senses. Now he understood that it was the innate talent of Purple Wolf, facilitated by the vertical eye on his forehead, which allowed him to conceal his aura and observe from a distance. The wolf's fur stood on end in apparent nervousness, and the little snake coiled around his ear flicked its tongue before vanishing. Its swiftness was akin to how Murong Lin left after images. The little snake's speed was its most potent asset. Descending gracefully from the tree, Murong Lin approached Purple Wolf, his tone deceptively peaceful. "Hey there, little one, come here." Purple Wolf's expression turned sour in an instant. Despite his limited knowledge of human affairs, he could discern that Murong Lin's tone was peculiar. In response, he roared, "Murong Lin! What are you up to?" With measured calmness, Murong Lin slowly unsheathed his paring knife. In a blink, he closed the distance between himself and Purple Wolf, swiftly swinging his blade towards the beast. Understanding flashed across the wolf's face, and he hastily dodged to the side before launching a counterattack, pouncing towards Murong Lin. Purple Wolf was no ordinary opponent, he was a formidable demonic beast at the 9th layer of the sky-reaching realm. His skin and flesh were incredibly resilient, and his combat prowess matched the peak of the sky-reaching realm. In contrast, Murong Lin, standing before him, was merely at the 7th layer of the sky-reaching realm. Despite the apparent gap in their cultivation, Purple Wolf did not dare to underestimate Murong Lin in the slightest. He had witnessed Murong Lin callously feed 60,000 of his own kind to the locusts without even a change in his expression. In that moment, the wolf had come to a chilling realization that this young man named Murong Lin was undoubtedly a ruthless and formidable adversary. In a flash, the vertical eye on the wolf's forehead emitted a brilliant beam of light directed at Murong Lin. Simultaneously, Murong Lin unleashed his catastrophe-style technique. The collision of their attacks produced a devastating surge of energy that instantly uprooted the surrounding vegetation, splitting hundreds of trees in half. Murong Lin's form was sent hurtling through the air, propelled backwards by the sheer force of the impact. Purple Wolf's expression shifted rapidly, a mix of surprise and apprehension. He hadn't anticipated that a single attack would send Murong Lin reeling, and it only solidified his confidence in the substantial gap in their cultivation levels. As Murong Lin's body landed at the base of a tree, Purple Wolf's expression wavered, and the subsequent attacks he unleashed were noticeably weakened. As Murong Lin allowed the impact to propel him backwards, he acted swiftly, drawing his blade and unleashing the Skynet style behind him. A figure suddenly materialized from the shadows, attempting to resist Murong Lin's attack, but it proved futile, meeting a swift demise at the hands of Murong Lin's blade. Gradually, the figure revealed its true form. It was the little snake that had nestled by Purple Wolf's ear earlier. The wolf had allowed the snake to leave earlier with the intention of ambushing Murong Lin. However, he had never anticipated that Murong Lin would discern that the little snake had remained hidden in the darkness all along. Furthermore, the wolf also hadn't expected that Murong Lin would feign his attack, leveraging the force of the collision to swiftly close the distance to the unprepared little snake and dispatch it with a single strike. No matter how agile the snake was, Murong Lin's close-range execution of the Skynet style left it with no chance to escape. The little snake met a swift end. Purple Wolf's eyes reddened instantly. He had raised the little snake from infancy, and he had not expected his own error to lead to its untimely demise right before him. He glared at Murong Lin with a potent mixture of resentment and anger, roaring, "Murong Lin, you are courting death. Heaven Eye's thundery punishment." The furs covering Purple Wolf's body bristled as they emitted electricity, casting a vivid purple light akin to lightning itself. His vertical eye gradually opened to its fullest extent, transforming into a piercing purple pupil that released a searing beam of light directly aimed at Murong Lin. Confronted with this formidable attack, the intense electricity coursing through the air left Murong Lin's entire body tingling. The potent surge of scorching heat and tearing sensations drew closer, and he understood that this was Purple Wolf's vengeful strike. He had no choice but to muster all his power to counter it. Dark Sky style. Murong Lin unleashed his third blade, pulling Purple Wolf into the abyss of darkness. Before the wolf could react, Murong Lin swiftly followed with his fourth blade. Everlasting style. The eyes of Purple Wolf underwent a swift transformation, from initial confusion upon entering the darkness to utter darkness as its light vanished. Murong Lin hovered calmly towards the massive wolf, his gaze fixed on his towering form, equivalent in height to a 3-story building. He muttered to himself, "It seems like I'll still need your assistance." Lifelessness law began to circulate slowly within Murong Lin, and a dark chi flowed into the body of Purple Wolf, causing even his vertical eye to turn dark. This technique was a brainwashing method that Murong Lin had crafted by amalgamating various mind and soul scriptures with lifelessness law. Although it was relatively simple, there was a crucial caveat: it required the disparity in cultivation between the caster and the target not to be too significant. Simultaneously, the use of this technique would drastically shorten the target's lifespan to just 1 month. Very well, return and lead those demonic beasts to wreak havoc. Chapter 111, Chu Ze's Worries. Chu Zi sat upon the imperial throne, his expression darkening as he sensed the abrupt severance of the spiritual connection with his 2 subordinates. He gazed upon the system menu, forced to confront the grim possibility that these 2 generals had either been captured or killed. Worry and anger intermingled on his majestic face as he rose from his throne, addressing Lu Fengxian, who occupied a position beneath him. "General Zhang Boyu and Xia Yuanrang have encountered a dire situation." Lu Fengxian and Guan Yunchang, seated to his left, along with Li Wenyu and Lu Ziyijing on his right, were filled with shock. They hurriedly approached, their voices tinged with concern. "Your Majesty, what has transpired?" "I recall that the 2 of them ventured into the demonic beast forest to exterminate those demonic creatures. Why would they have faced such a predicament?" The spiritual connection between Chu Zi and his subordinates had allowed him to confirm their statuses, but it didn't facilitate direct communication. The 4 of them remained unaware of the exact events that had unfolded beyond the country's borders. Chu Zi raised his head, his youthful and handsome features marked by regret. "First, I entrusted these 2 generals to lead an army of 60,000 soldiers comprising the unstoppable flying army and the Danyang soldiers to purge the demonic beast forest. Just a few days ago, they were in good spirits, but now, I cannot establish contact with them. I fear that something dire may have befallen them. I can't help but wonder how many of those 60,000 soldiers will return." The individuals gathered around him were naturally unaware of the system's existence as individuals summoned by the system itself, but they held genuine concern for each other. In response to Chu Zi's words, Lu Fengxian's expression turned incensed as he offered, "Your Majesty, why not permit this humble servant to gather our forces and bring back the 2 generals? We shall exact vengeance." Li Wenyu, however, restrained the overzealous Lu Fengxian and directed a question to Chu Zi. "Your Majesty, are you absolutely certain that this was the work of the demonic beasts?" Lu Fengxian reacted with indignation to Li Wenyu's inquiry. "What are you implying? Do you mean to suggest that they perished due to their own actions?" Li Wenyu responded with a sense of resignation. "I was never in favor of your Majesty's decision to invade the demonic beast forest in the first place. There may well be a cognizance realm expert within that forest. And now, to have our 60,000 strong army obliterated so swiftly, the power behind this must not be underestimated. If someone sought to exploit this situation to further ignite hostilities between us and the demonic beast forest, potentially leading to an all-out war, what steps should we take then?" Chu Zi's expression contorted with a profound sense of distress, a feeling he had never experienced since his transmigration into this world. He hailed from another realm, one where the epic tale of the romance of the 3 kingdoms had been passed down through millennia. Since arriving in this world, he possessed a system that granted him the ability to summon characters from that very saga, and even acquire armies using spiritual stones. From the time he purged the harem, stabilized the nation of Chu, and even launched successful attacks on 3 neighboring countries, he had never suffered the loss of a single official or general. But now, he had not only broken his immaculate record, but he had lost 2 sky-reaching realm generals simultaneously, along with an army of 60,000 soldiers. This turn of events filled him with disbelief and profound humiliation. His unwavering determination to invade the demonic beast forest had been driven by the system's instructions. According to the system, defeating the forest would unlock new types of armies and yield a counselor character. Despite being cautioned about the forest's perilous nature, Chu Ziyi confidently believed it was a risk worth taking. However, he had not foreseen the sudden revelation from the system, informing him of changes within the demonic beast forest and an escalation of the danger level. It was only now that he truly recognized the gravity of the situation. Consequently, he had immediately ordered Zhang Boyu and Xia Yuanrang to secure their camp and refrain from reckless actions. Yet, in a mere span of 5 minutes, disaster struck. Chu Ziyi lost all contact with Zhang Boyu, Xia Yuanrang, and the rest of his forces. He attempted to discern the situation but found himself unable to sense anything from them. Chu Ziyi's panic grew palpable, a stark realization dawning on him. The demonic beast forest lay to the south of Chu, not far from the imperial palace itself. If something had indeed transpired, disaster loomed perilously close. He recounted the dire situation with a solemn expression, causing alarm to ripple through the 4 individuals beneath him. Even Liu Fengxian displayed visible signs of unease. Report. An unusual situation has arisen in the demonic beast forest to the south. The 5th commander of the Danyang soldiers brings urgent tidings. A brocade-clad soldier burst into the hall, promptly kneeling before delivering his message. The commander, drenched in fresh blood and exhibiting evident fatigue, followed closely behind. Liu Zijing materialized behind the commander, channeling his spiritual power to mend the soldier's wounds, while Liu Fengxian approached from the front. "Kid, what exactly transpired? What's happening within the demonic beast forest?" Liu Fengxian inquired. The brocade-clad soldier departed quietly, leaving the commander with a pale complexion to kneel on the ground, tears welling in his eyes as he addressed the assembled officials. "Your Majesty, a grave calamity has befallen us. Initially, we had established a camp in the outer regions of the demonic beast forest, with plans to follow our strategy and clear a path through the forest inhabited by these creatures. Generals Zhang and Xiahou had already successfully slain a sky-reaching realm cow demon by this point. However, while we were conducting patrols, a mysterious individual suddenly materialized and led a vast swarm of locusts to launch an assault on our camp. These locusts were incredibly formidable, with each one possessing origin realm strength, and 3 monstrous beings among them had even reached the sky-reaching realm. They swiftly encircled all 60,000 of us, leaving us no opportunity to retaliate. The 2 generals confronted the person controlling this horde of locusts, but they were both defeated. This lowly one truly had no choice but to endure the humiliation of retreat in order to deliver this report to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you must avenge them and our 2 esteemed generals." As the commander finished recounting the harrowing events, he abruptly lost consciousness. The onlookers turned their attention to Liu Zijing, whose expression became dazed in response. He explained, "He pushed his body to the limit to rush here, and combined with the expended blood essence to enhance his speed, his body has been utterly drained." Guan Yunzhang lifted the unconscious commander with one hand and placed him in a chair gently. Then, he signaled for the brocade-clad soldier outside to attend to him. Once the hall was cleared of all but the 5 of them, Chu Ziyi spoke from his elevated seat. "In light of this, Liu Fengxian, lead 100,000 troops into the demonic beast forest to assess the situation. When you accompany them and exercise caution. Furthermore, inform the generals engaged in the campaigns against the other 2 neighboring countries to expedite their efforts and seize the capitals swiftly." At this point, only Chu and Qi remained as the last bastions of resistance against their advances, with Pu already vanquished. Chu Ziyi was confident that with 2 sky-reaching realm experts leading Chu's forces, the remaining resistance wouldn't endure for long. Liu Zijing's expression was filled with hesitation as he inquired, "Your Majesty, what about the Ridge Fur Alliance?" Liu Zijing was responsible for handling matters concerning the Ridge Fur Alliance. While the Alliance's strongest experts reached only the 1st or 2nd layer of the cognizance realm, they still held significant influence within Chu's sphere of control. Chu Ziyi's recent campaigns had targeted countries within the Ridge Fur Alliance, eliciting their displeasure. However, they had refrained from dispatching their armies and instead sent their sky-reaching realm expert, Mr. Huang, to engage in discussions with Chu. Chu Ziyi knew the alliance was preoccupied with preparations for the Great Nanya Wangguo tournament and lacked the resources to confront him directly for the time being. Hence, he chose to seize the opportunity to devour all three neighboring countries, bolstering both his own strength and destiny and Chu's. Strengthening his destiny, in turn, would enhance his own power. Chu Ziyi waved dismissively, "Stall them for the time being. First, we shall conquer the two neighboring countries before addressing the demonic beast forest. By the way, Feng Xian, have you achieved your breakthrough?" "Yes, Your Majesty, your humble servant has attained the first layer of the cognizance realm." Chapter 112, The Blood Bat Locust's Harassment. Murong Lin's figure glided effortlessly through the forest, rapidly approaching the outskirts of a small town. He fixed his gaze on the town, a hint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. Ever since he had decimated the army dispatched by Chu Ziyi to purge the demonic beast forest, he had been journeying toward Chu's borders. While several sky-reaching realm demonic beasts had been causing turmoil at the borders of Chu, their efforts were relatively restrained. They had inflicted minor destruction, targeting a few houses rather than entire towns or villages. The small town before Murong Lin had clearly endured the wrath of sky-reaching realm demonic beasts, but to his discerning eyes, the destruction was far from sufficient to provoke Chu's military response. Without enticing the Chu army to take action, Murong Lin wouldn't be able to launch a full-scale assault by himself. He patted the spirit beast bag containing the blood bat locusts, and in an instant, the entire sky above the town darkened. The immense swarm of locusts descended upon the small town with frenzied fervor, assaulting its inhabitants with unchecked chaos. Their objective wasn't to kill, but to unleash havoc. Ah! What in the world is that? It's terrifying. Everyone, flee. They're unbelievably powerful. It's a beast wave. Save me. The beast wave is upon us. The residents of the small town immediately recognized the perilous situation. After witnessing the overwhelming might of the blood bat locusts, terror overcame their faces. The town's mightiest inhabitant was a meager fetal enigma realm cultivator, who could only gaze at the vast swarm of locusts for a brief moment before shouting with a horrified expression, "Everyone, run, hurry!" The locusts, with their monstrous wings in full frenzy, devoured the town with ruthless abandon. They left a trail of destruction in their wake, destroying buildings and slaying anyone who dared to resist. Those who managed to escape their wrath were spared, as the locusts focused their madness on reducing the town to rubble. The blood bat locusts exhibited merciless ruthlessness as they devoured anything living or capable of cultivation, plunging the entire town into a cacophony of wails and screams. Frantic people fled from the town, with some riding their spirit familiars or fleeing without clothes, all in desperate attempts to escape the impending catastrophe. Some risked a glance backwards, only to cry out heart-wrenchingly, "What sins have we committed to deserve this?" Indeed, what had they done to deserve such a calamity? As they helplessly witnessed the locusts annihilate their town and saw their friends who valiantly resisted meet their demise, those who managed to escape were left deeply scarred. They fled toward neighboring towns and cities, carrying with them the horrifying tale of the town's destruction. Meanwhile, Murong Lin stood on the outskirts of the town, watching impassively as his locusts consumed the settlement. He then divided them into swarms devoid of any sky-reaching realm locusts and dispatched them toward the surrounding towns and cities. The vast swarm in the sky fragmented into a dozen clouds, each heading in a different direction. Every blood bat locust emitted spine-chilling screams, their wails hauntingly piercing. Murong Lin remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the borders of Chu. He sighed inwardly, reflecting, "Chu Ziyi has acquired an emperor's system. His luck is quite remarkable. It's a pity that I can't steal it for myself." Murong Lin naturally harbored a desire for Chu Ziyi's system, driven by the prospect of continuously summoning subordinates, officials, and generals through bolstering his nation's destiny. Yet, he was acutely aware that the protagonist's systems were impervious to theft. His cunning plan revolved around sowing dread along Chu's borders, ultimately fomenting a war between the demonic beast forest and Chu. Once chaos reigned, he intended to bask in the passive rewards it would yield. Surveying the desolation of a town irreparably ravaged before him, Murong Lin extended his divine senses and clapped his hands, "Reveal yourselves." In response, two silhouettes materialized from the forest behind him. They were none other than the floor masters Qing Shalu and Qing Miaolu. As for floor master Qing Longlu, he was killed by Murong Jiao long ago during the chaos within the Murong clan. Their gazes were brimming with deference, fixed on Murong Lin's back as they emerged from the forest. Descending to their knees, they paid their respects. "We greet our master." Without turning, Murong Lin continued to fix his gaze on the shattered town and inquired, "What progress have you made regarding the task I entrusted to both of you?" Qing Shalu respectfully cupped his hands and reported, "Master, our men have successfully disseminated the news of Chu Ziyi's aggression against the demonic beast forest as the cause for triggering the demonic beast's assaults on humanity across the 21 counties. Moreover, it appears that we've garnered the assistance of several individuals in spreading this information. From my observations, it seems likely that the actions of these individuals can be attributed to spies from the former Chu nobility and the 3 neighboring countries." Murong Lin remarked, "Excellent. Let us leverage their influence to further propagate this information." Then, he continued to ask, "What is the current situation in Yan?" Qing Shalu promptly replied, "Master, following our retreat from the capital, Murong Tong has returned to the Murong clan to recover from his injuries. Meanwhile, Murong Jiao and Mo Wendao have thrown their support behind Murong Ran's claim to the throne. There are still numerous matters left unresolved. Although Chu Ziyi's army managed to quell the rebellion led by the South Village King, killing Ning Weiwu in the process, the capital now faces imminent peril as Chu Ziyi advances in light of their triumph." Murong Lin brushed off the news of Ning Weiwu's demise at the hands of Zhao Ziyilong and shifted his attention to the domains conquered by Chu and those that remained. "What did the Ridge Fur Alliance have to say?" he inquired. "The Ridge Fur Alliance is preoccupied with nurturing their seed players for the upcoming Great Nanya Wanguo tournament. They have issued a warning to Chu Ziyi, considering his substantial contingent of sky-reaching realm experts and rumors of Lu Fengxian breaking through to the cognizance realm. Consequently, influential factions within the Ridge Fur Alliance are hesitant to intervene." Murong Lin casually remarked, "How short-sighted they are! Are they not aware of the peril in nurturing a viper within their midst?" It was evident that, once the Ridge Fur Alliance mustered the courage to act, Chu's offensive would falter without a doubt. However, the overpowering influence of Chu Ziyi's protagonist Halo effectively deterred any decisive move by the Ridge Fur Alliance. The Ridge Fur Alliance, a coalition comprising 3 mighty nations and 25 smaller states, contained formidable powerhouses. Daling, Daking, and Dale, the trio of dominant nations, possessed vast territories, dwarfing smaller nations like Yan tenfold. Moreover, each of these great nations boasted nearly 100 sky-reaching realm experts. Most crucially, each of these great nations could count a cognizance realm ancestor among their ranks. Cognizance realm experts enjoyed lifespans of 5 centuries and harbored a primordial spirit within their spiritual seas, capable of surviving even after the demise of their physical bodies. The applications of the primordial spirit were manifold. Those who withstood the soul tempering of the sky-reaching realm could mold their own primordial spirit to mirror their manifestation transformations. However, the majority opted to create clones of themselves, with the radiance of their primordial spirit aligned with their elemental attributes. A minority pursued the creation of primordial spirits attuned to their innate talents. For instance, practitioners of the Sword Dao crafted Sword Soul primordial spirits, those devoted to the Pill Dao birthed Pill Medicine primordial spirits, and followers of the Ghost Dao manifested Spectre primordial spirits. For instance, the tiger-faced verdant dragon python residing within the demonic beast forest, a seasoned expert of the cognizance realm, had forged a primordial spirit resembling a smaller version of itself, its sapphire form representing its affiliation with water attribute cultivation. If Murong Lin were to craft his own primordial spirit, it would likely take the form of condensed darkness, a manifestation of the lifelessness law. This entity would be ever-shifting, formless, and elusive. Murong Lin remained motionless, contemplating Chu Ziyi's strengths and vulnerabilities. While Chu Ziyi commanded loyal soldiers and formidable officials and generals, he was not without his own shortcomings. One glaring issue was the lack of cohesion among his various domains. Perhaps, given more time and notable achievements, the people might unify behind Chu Ziyi as their rightful ruler. However, his brief rule had been marked by conflicts with 3 neighboring countries, resulting in a ceaseless drain on his resources in his pursuit of expanding his influence and territory. War was an undesirable prospect for all, but Chu Ziyi's excessive self-confidence and impetuosity had sown seeds of discontent. Dissatisfaction with his rule loomed, and if a catalyst were to emerge, imminent disaster could befall Chu Ziyi. The dissatisfaction of his subjects posed the most significant hidden threat to Chu Ziyi. Chapter 113, Chu Ze's New Generals. Hey, have you heard the rumors? The new emperor, Chu Ziyi, relentless in his pursuit of the demonic beast forest, has irked the forest inhabitants, leading to the unleashing of a beast wave. Ah, yes, I'm well aware. My uncle resides on the border, and he's recounted how swarms of sky-covering locusts descended upon their city, devouring their sturdy walls in vast numbers. The city lord, a manifestation realm cultivator, tried to investigate the phenomenon, but 3 locusts tore off his head in a gruesome manner. It's hard not to see this as some form of divine retribution. I refuse to believe otherwise. The emperor must have offended some higher power. Exactly. The entire nation of Chu is in uproar, yet the new emperor remains deaf to our pleas. It's becoming evident that he's only interested in sowing the seeds of war, all the while we common folk suffer. These kinds of discussions echoed throughout Chu's capital city. Even though the brocade-clad soldiers attempted to quell the dissent by arresting individuals, they couldn't stifle the voices of the outraged public. Criticism and disgust from the populace had begun to gnaw at Chu Ziyi's nerves, leaving him increasingly anxious. He had once been an ordinary man, catapulted to the position of emperor through the assistance of his system after his transmigration. The intricacies of ruling a nation were completely foreign to him. His sole strategy revolved around continuous conquest. After all, expanding his territory would bolster the strength of his subordinates. His ultimate ambition was to forge a mighty nation capable of dominating the entire continent. Though he had summoned a handful of counselors, their numbers were insufficient to effectively govern the nation. In his current predicament, Chu Ziyi could only pin his hopes on Liu Fengxian, who had ventured southward to confront the demonic beast forest. Failure to achieve victory in this endeavor would threaten to dismantle the destiny he had painstakingly forged for the nation. Li Wenyu entered Chu Ziyi's study with a troubled expression, his gaze falling upon Diao Chan, who had been dancing for the emperor. The sight left him feeling powerless and uneasy. Recognizing Li Wenyu's presence, Chu Ziyi signaled for Diao Chan to depart, a command she dutifully obeyed. Now, only Li Wenyu and Chu Ziyi remained in the room. Chu Ziyi adopted a serious expression as he inquired, "Wenyu, what's the matter? Have you identified the culprits responsible for deceiving the public?" Being a young man from the modern era, Chu Ziyi understood the immense power of manipulation and propaganda. He was acutely aware that he couldn't afford to let the public's discussions and protests against his actions persist unchecked. Therefore, he had previously tasked the leader of the brocade-clad soldiers, Li Wenyu, with conducting a thorough investigation into the common folk of the capital to unearth those individuals who were fanning the flames of dissent from within. However, it appeared that his plans were not unfolding as smoothly as he had hoped. Li Wenyu slowly retrieved a book from his person, placing it on the table before Chu Ziyi as he began, "Your Majesty, we have encountered a rather troubling situation. Chu Ziyi casually waved his hand dismissively, remarking, "Get to the point. I'm too lazy to read right now," all while continuing to eat with his other hand, merely casting a cursory glance at the book. Li Wenyu respectfully cupped his hands and explained, "We have successfully identified individuals who have been disseminating this incendiary information and exacerbating the situation. Many of the trails lead back to the former nobility, and the brocade-clad soldiers have apprehended a significant number of them. However, the true culprits, those who initiated the spread of this news well before the locust plague even occurred, remain elusive." Chu Ziyi wore a puzzled expression, inquiring, "You mean even you couldn't find them? Aren't you cultivating in the divination arts?" Li Wenyu currently held the distinction of being the most formidable counselor in Chu Ziyi's command. He practiced the white-faced life-severing arts, a higher sky-grade cultivation method specialized in predictions and divination. At the 7th layer of the sky-reaching realm, he had once killed a 3rd-layer sky-reaching realm expert with a single curse. Given Li Wenyu's exceptional abilities, it was baffling to Chu Ziyi that he was struggling to locate a handful of individuals hidden within the capital. Li Wenyu spoke with a hint of helplessness, "This humble counselor can only predict the fates of the living, I have no means to foresee the destinies of the deceased." In essence, he was implying that those who had propagated the news were no longer among the living. But who killed them? Chu Ziyi immediately grasped the implications. These individuals were part of a suicide squad. After disseminating the information throughout Chu, they had taken their own lives. This tactic ensured that no one could apprehend them or extract information regarding the true mastermind behind their actions. After all, dead men tell no tales. Chu Ziyi wore a look of profound shock as he pondered, could this truly be the handiwork of the demonic beast forest? He had also heard reports of the locust swarm that had besieged Chu's borders. Liu Jing, who oversaw the nation's affairs, had brought back news of the devastation inflicted upon multiple cities and towns. Given the unmistakable connection between the locust swarm and the individuals who had propagated the news within the capital, Chu Ziyi harbored little doubt. He knew that anyone attempting to refute this link would find no credence in his beliefs. "Regardless, Your Majesty must make preparations. Our recent actions may lead to a confrontation with the demonic beast forest, and even if it doesn't, war is likely on the horizon." Chu Ziyi waved his hand nonchalantly, his expression calm as he replied, "No need to fret. I've also reaped benefits from the attack on the capital. Bofu, Zhongkong, come forward." In a flicker, 2 formidable figures materialized before Chu Ziyi. One was known as the Zhongdong Little Tyrant, and the other bore the moniker of the Tiger Fool. Both of them had attained the 9th layer of the sky-reaching realm. Li Wenyu couldn't contain his joy, offering his congratulations, "Your Majesty, you've acquired 2 more accomplished generals." Although Chu Ziyi maintained a composed exterior, his delight was unmistakable in his eyes. He inquired, "How does it stand now? Are the 100,000 steel cavalries ready to move at a moment's notice?" Li Wenyu's elation grew even more apparent, but his expression soon shifted to determination as he proposed, "In that case, why not take the initiative and dispatch the 2 generals to support General Liu in annihilating the demonic beast forest? This would silence the public's dissent." Li Wenyu's voice dripped with venom as he proposed, "Since we cannot locate the mastermind responsible for sowing panic among the public, let us proceed with the annihilation of the demonic beast forest first. Subsequently, we can conquer the 3 neighboring countries, strengthening ourselves further in the process. The mastermind will inevitably be found in due course. As for the former nobility and the royal families of those 3 nations, we should execute them without hesitation, setting an example for all." Chu Ziyi chuckled, a sinister edge to his tone, "That sounds perfectly acceptable. It will spare me from their ceaseless prattle, which has become unbearable." As an emperor, he reveled in the sensation of wielding such unchecked authority. Anyone daring to covet his power would meet a swift end. Sun Bofu and Su Zhongkong regarded Chu Ziyi with expressions of anticipation, eagerly awaiting his command. Both of them were seasoned warriors with a deep liking for warfare. After entrusting them with military authority and his commands, Chu Ziyi remained in the study to engage in dalliances with Diao Chan. Li Wenyu, on the other hand, returned to his office to oversee the affairs of the capital. The heavy-handed suppression by the brocade-clad soldiers successfully quashed any discussions related to the demonic beast forest, instilling fear and silence among the populace. Yet, deep within the hearts of the people, a seed of doubt had been firmly planted. Murong Lin gazed upon the tranquil capital, his mind echoing with maniacal laughter. The protagonist that appeared this time was to be a fool who sealed his own fate. The blood-bat locusts have nearly all been eradicated, given that I didn't release a single sky-reaching realm locust, Murong Lin reflected with a sinister grin. The results are quite impressive, over 1 million lives lost. Let's see how Chu Ziyi intends to address this predicament. The regions once devastated by the blood-bat locusts were rendered uninhabitable, requiring at least a year to be restored to their former state. But would Murong Lin give them the opportunity to do so? Now, it's time to stoke the demonic beast forest's resentment toward Chu, ha! He declared with a wicked chuckle. Murong Lin was a master at fanning the flames, employing subtle yet effective tactics that never failed to ensnare those susceptible to manipulation. After all, no one was beyond greed. Chapter 114, Commencement of a Great War. Before Murong Lin's arrival at the demonic beast forest, Liu Fengxian had already led his formidable army to its borders. This time, Liu Fengxian commanded a force of 800 soldiers, and his personal cultivation at the first layer of the cognizance realm meant that he could dispatch the weaker demonic beasts with a single strike. They swept through the entire demonic beast forest with ruthless efficiency, showing no regard for the emotions of the demonic beasts they encountered. Those who dared to resist were swiftly dispatched and became the evening's sustenance for the invaders. Observing the carnage from a distance, Mountain Pig roared in anger, "Brother Purple Wolf, what are we waiting for?" Even Old Spider fell to their hands. "That man, Liu Fengxian, has already claimed the lives of 3 of our brothers." Purple Wolf, standing silently nearby and no longer with the little snake nestled at his ear, gazed at Liu Fengxian with a mysterious expression before turning his attention to Mountain Pig. "Are you daft? Can't you see his cultivation? He's at the cognizance realm, on par with our ancestor of the same realm. Then what should we do? Their army has already penetrated deep into the demonic beast forest. Are we to stand idly by as they advance?" Mountain Pig retorted with a furious expression. "No, of course not. I'll alert our brothers, and you need to report to the ancestor immediately, ensuring he's prepared for battle at a moment's notice," replied Purple Wolf, a strange glint flickering in his eyes as he addressed Mountain Pig. Mountain Pig nodded in understanding, but a puzzled expression lingered on his face. "Big brother, why aren't you the one reporting to the ancestor? This isn't our usual arrangement." Traditionally, Mountain Pig handled communication with their fellow beasts while Purple Wolf relayed information to their ancestor during such situations. It was a role reversal that caught Mountain Pig off guard. Purple Wolf, however, brushed off the inquiry impatiently. "I told you to do it, so just do it. Stop with the needless chatter." With a dismissive kick that sent Mountain Pig tumbling, Purple Wolf swiftly departed toward their brethren. Meanwhile, Mountain Pig hastened his pace, rushing towards their ancestors' dwelling with a deeply worried expression. In the heart of the demonic beast forest, nestled beside a tranquil lake, Mountain Pig's frantic cries reached their destination even before his arrival. The frenzied approach of Mountain Pig stirred up waves in the previously serene waters. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python, looking at Mountain Pig with a bewildered expression, failed to notice the pursuing soldiers or the injuries inflicted upon the beast. Baffled, he inquired, "What's with all the commotion? What happened?" Stammering and stuttering, Mountain Pig relayed the dire circumstances unfolding, adding vivid details about his disdain for Chu and his utmost respect for the ancestor. He pleaded fervently for the ancestor to intervene and confront Liu Fengxian. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and bewilderment crossing his features. He mumbled to himself in contemplation, "I was wondering why Chu would dare to directly besiege the demonic beast forest, and why the Ridge Fur Alliance hadn't intervened. It seems all of this was due to their possession of a cognizance realm expert." Then, as if recalling something important, he continued, "But didn't that human kid, Murong Lin, claim that we only needed to display our might and harass the borders while he handled Chu's army himself? Why did Chu opt to directly besiege the demonic beast forest?" An undercurrent of anger and confusion tinged the tiger-faced verdant dragon python's words as he turned to Mountain Pig and asked, "How about this? I'll accompany you to assess the situation. Where's Purple Wolf? Where did he go?" Noticing the absence of Purple Wolf nearby, the python's brows furrowed with concern. Mountain Pig promptly revealed Purple Wolf's intentions, and after assessing the plan, the tiger-faced verdant dragon python appeared reassured. If only he had paid more attention, perhaps what was about to happen could have been averted. With unbridled determination, Mountain Pig charged recklessly through the forest toward Lu Fengxian's advancing army. Above, a massive python soared through the sky, casting a colossal shadow over the forest below. It was the tiger-faced verdant dragon python, joining the fray. Mountain Pig and the tiger-faced verdant dragon python moved swiftly through the forest, but as they drew near to the human camp, they immediately sensed a furious battle in progress. A sense of dread washed over them as their divine senses swept across the battlefield, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Mountain Pig let out a miserable roar, "Humans! All of you are seeking your own doom." His massive body swelled, quickly growing to the size of a small mountain, crushing countless trees in his path as they tumbled to the ground. On the battlefield, Purple Wolf led a group of their brethren, desperately resisting the relentless assault led by Lu Fengxian. The ground was littered with the scattered remains of their fallen comrades. Originally, after gathering the sky-reaching realm demonic beasts, Purple Wolf had intended to wait for the tiger-faced verdant dragon python's arrival. However, they had not anticipated that Lu Fengxian had seemingly received some form of intelligence and had swiftly led his army to attack them. Before the dozen sky-reaching realm demonic beasts could even react, several of their numbers had already fallen to the swift and deadly onslaught. Purple Wolf's eyes reddened with fury as he battled Lu Fengxian with relentless determination. Even though one of his arms had been destroyed by Lu Fengxian's Sky Piercer halberd, he continued to engage in combat without hesitation. Mountain Pig charged forward, plowing through the surrounding soldiers with his massive body, crushing hundreds of them beneath his bulk as he relentlessly continued to attack. Lu Fengxian, despite his overwhelming strength, commanded subordinates who proved to be relatively unremarkable. While they could handle ordinary demonic beasts, they were hopelessly outmatched against the might of sky-reaching realm demonic beasts. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the tiger-faced verdant dragon python soared forward when he witnessed Lu Fengxian send Purple Wolf flying once again. Gathering water elemental energy in his mouth, he unleashed a powerful water cannon aimed directly at Lu Fengxian. Lu Fengxian had already sensed the presence of the colossal python, whose aura was evidently far stronger than the other demonic beasts. A delighted expression crossed his face as he watched the python take the initiative and attack. He employed the sweeping thousand army technique, pushing aside the surrounding demonic beasts as he confronted the python's assault head-on. The clash of the cold Sky Piercer halberd and the tiger-faced verdant dragon python's water cannon produced shockwaves that instantly erupted, sending nearby fallen leaves, dust, and dirt spiraling into the air. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python regarded the handsome and burly man before him with a solemn expression. Sensing the man's innate divine powers, the python couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the remarkable potential of humanity. Meanwhile, Lu Fengxian's expression shifted slightly as he spoke, "The second layer of the cognizance realm? You're quite formidable for an old creature." The tiger-faced verdant dragon python maintained a serious demeanor as he addressed Lu Fengxian in a low voice, "Human, do you even understand what you're doing? Why are you attacking the demonic beast forest? Coiled in the air, the python's unwavering gaze remained locked onto Liu Fengxian. Liu Fengxian, however, maintained eye contact with an air of indifference. He raised his sky-piercer halberd and pointed it at the python. Wasn't the demonic beast forest the one who initiated the attack? He referred to the blood bat locusts that had wreaked havoc in Chu. In his eyes, there was no doubt that those demonic beasts originated from the demonic beast forest. The assembled demonic beasts' expressions shifted from stun to anger, especially Purple Wolf, who roared furiously, "Human! Think before you speak!" Mountain Pig chimed in from the sidelines, "That's right, that's right. All you humans, retreat immediately. Then, hand over the King of Chu to appease the demonic beast forest's wrath." Sensing the clear disdain for his king, Chu Zi, Liu Fengxian responded with anger, "You vile beasts! All of you are seeking your own deaths." Insulting the king was an unforgivable offense in his eyes, and he would never allow anyone to speak ill of Chu Zi. Purple Wolf turned to the tiger-faced verdant dragon python and urged, "Ancestor, let's join forces to eliminate these humans." The tiger-faced verdant python regarded Liu Fengxian with a solemn expression and warned, "If you are the cause of Chu's confidence, then you should leave now." Liu Fengxian retorted with pride, "His Majesty has sent me here to exterminate you vile beasts, and you dare ask me to retreat." With a swift charge, he swung his halberd down toward Mountain Pig. Simultaneously, the tiger-faced verdant dragon python's massive body flashed forward, intercepting the attack. Meanwhile, Purple Wolf directed the other demonic beasts, "Drive out his soldiers first." The demonic beasts nodded and rushed toward the soldiers behind Purple Wolf. The battlefield once again erupted in the sounds of combat, with cries of murder and misery echoing through the forest. On the other side of the battlefield, Murong Lin leisurely followed the commotion and finally caught up to Sun Bofu and Su Zhongkong, who were leading 100,000 steel cavalry troops into the demonic beast forest. Chapter 115, Possible Retribution. Su Zhongkong was agitated but also filled with pride as he looked at the formidable army behind him. He turned to speak to Sun Bofu, who stood beside him. "I never imagined that His Majesty would hold us in such high regard, allowing us to command this grand army of 100,000 soldiers from the very beginning." Sun Bofu, sporting a similarly lofty expression, concurred, "Indeed, it's essential to remember that this 100,000 strong army is His Majesty's trump card." The 100,000 steel cavalry troops advanced methodically, swiftly reaching the Chu border. As they approached, the silhouette of a city gradually emerged on the horizon, and a large gathering of people became visible outside the city walls. Su Zhongkong was taken aback by the sight, causing him to momentarily falter before asking in confusion, "Bofu, who are these people? Why are they all gathered outside like this?" Sun Bofu's eyes narrowed as he focused on the crowd, dressed in tattered clothing. It didn't take long for him to discern their identities. This city was located near the border of Chu, and the areas devastated by the blood bat locusts a few days ago lay just beyond it. The individuals gathered here were the refugees whose homes had been destroyed by the locusts. They hailed from towns and villages situated between Chu and the demonic beast forest. Sun Bofu spoke with a mixture of anger and sorrow, "The refugees before us are the people who lost their homes to the locust plague. Their homes were all destroyed by the locusts." Su Zhongkong, equally indignant, surveyed the displaced people before him and then turned his attention to the imposing city walls that barred their entry. Confused, he asked, "Why aren't they allowing these poor people to take refuge inside the city?" Sun Bofu explained with a sense of helplessness, "If all these people were allowed to flood into the city, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos in public order. Just imagine, how could they manage 100,000 refugees all at once? That's why our mission is to go forth and eliminate the demonic beasts in the demonic beast forest first, so that these people can safely return to their homes and rebuild what they've lost." Su Zhongkang's expression brightened as he grasped the situation. Patting his belly, he remarked, "Ah, I see. The 100,000 steel cavalry troops circumvented the city and, under the watchful eyes of the refugees, proceeded toward the demonic beast forest. The people were grateful to the soldiers for venturing out to suppress the demonic beasts and save them. However, they also harbored resentment because the reckless assault on the demonic beast forest had provoked retaliation from the creatures, which caused their suffering. The city governor of the city quickly appeared and stood atop the city walls, addressing both the refugees and the anxious residents within the city. "Everyone, I'm sure you just saw it, right? Our army is already advancing into the demonic beast forest to quell the beast wave. I believe it won't be long before all of you can return to your own homes." As he finished speaking, the crowds began to stir with anticipation, their hearts filled with hope. "That's right. Once the army reaches the borders, we can all go back home. But our homes have been destroyed, it will take years to rebuild them." "Yes, but if the locust plague returns again, we might not survive this time. Let's just see what happens." Hope and worry mingled in the hearts of the people. However, when the next day dawned, despair gripped them once more. This was because, with Su Zhongkong and Sun Bofu gone with the 100,000 steel cavalry troops, Murong Lin had once again unleashed the sky-covering blood-bat locusts. This time, he released half of the locusts he possessed. It's crucial to note that even with their numbers halved, the blood-bat locust swarm capable of devouring an entire world had enough power to plunge the entire country into chaos and bloodshed. And among them, there were even 10 sky-reaching realm locusts. The swarm split into 10 groups, each led by one of these powerful locusts, and they descended upon the nation. This time, having learned from their previous experience, more survivors managed to escape the initial onslaught of the locusts. However, chaos still reigned wherever the locusts went. People from the capital to the border had witnessed the army of 100,000 steel cavalries heading towards the demonic beast forest with hope for a swift return. But instead of their triumphant arrival, they were met with an onslaught of blood-bat locusts. In a small town, the first to spot the approaching locusts were the unsuspecting residents going about their daily lives. These people, influenced by the covertly spread rumors from the Qingyi Tower, believed the locusts to be a man-made disaster. When the dark cloud of locusts descended upon them, panic ensued, and they began to flee for their lives as they screamed in terror. "Run! The locust plague is upon us! Everyone, run! Don't just stand there! What should I do? What should I do? All my possessions are still at home. Should I go back? Are you crazy? This locust plague is obviously here to take revenge on us. We need to run now. My goodness! The people who are attacking the demonic beast forest are Chu's army, not us. Why are they attacking us?" The scenes of panic, death, and despair played out in countless towns and cities as the blood-bat locusts swept through, leaving destruction in their wake. People were trampled to death in the human stampedes, and some even chose to end their lives in despair. In reality, no one was capable of surviving the locust swarm's onslaught. The survivors fled, and adding the refugees that were gathered outside of these towns and cities, their numbers swelled to the hundreds of thousands as they headed towards the capital. As they ran, their fear and panic transformed into anger and resentment towards Chu's new king, Chu Ziyi. Agents from the Qingyi Tower infiltrated their ranks, sowing discontent and blaming Chu Ziyi for their suffering. In their minds, it was clear, if it weren't for Chu Ziyi's decision to attack the demonic beast forest, these demonic beasts wouldn't have retaliated in this manner. The blame for the destruction and loss of lives was placed squarely on Chu Ziyi's shoulders. Dozens of cities and towns in the south were destroyed in an instant, and the death toll continued to rise, surpassing 100,000 lives. This catastrophic event weakened Chu's strength significantly, and spies from the fallen noble families and neighboring countries seized the opportunity to spread misinformation, aiming to thwart Chu's military campaigns. The public's anger had reached a boiling point in the capital, and thousands of people gathered at the entrance of the imperial palace, holding signs and protesting against Chu Ziyi's actions. Ironically, Protest marches were a novel tactic that Chu Ziyi himself had first used to rally support from the peasants when he sought to ruin the nobility and upper classes of Chu. Now, the people had learned from his example and were using these very marches to express their outrage at his brutal actions against the neighboring countries and the demonic beast forest. Influenced by various external forces, the people's trust and support for Chu Ziyi plummeted, and some even began to harbor resentment against him. Hey! Have you heard? This locust plague is all because of the new king, Chu Ziyi, and his attacks on the demonic beast forest. I knew it. Why else would the locust plague strike right after those steel cavalries left? I heard there are sky-reaching realm locusts among them. It's terrifying. It's like divine retribution. Why would His Majesty do this? Hasn't he caused enough harm to his own people? The dissatisfaction and unrest toward Chu Ziyi had reached a point where even his loyal brocade-clad soldiers were disheartened. They spent countless hours hunting down those suspected of spreading dissent, but all they found were lifeless bodies. But their grim discoveries were interpreted differently by the public. Many believed that Chu Ziyi had resorted to killing his own citizens to quell the crisis, and that he had pointed their blades at them, the ordinary people of the country. As chaos and instability engulfed Chu, Murong Lin, stationed at the borders of the demonic beast forest, couldn't hide his delight. He watched the system window with satisfaction. Ding! The protagonist Chu Ziyi's little protagonist halo has started to shatter, his protagonist value has dropped by 50. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining a villain value of 50, you may use them to purchase items in the system shop. Chapter 116, Night Ambush. Murong Lin's deplorable tactic of using blood-bat locusts to attack Chu, alongside the subtle manipulation and instigation by Qingyi Tower, had stirred up turmoil within the nation of Chu. As a result, he managed to obtain 50 villain value. He closely trailed behind Sun Bofu, Su Zhongkong, and their soldiers as they entered the territory of the demonic beast forest. On the flip side, while Lu Fengxian had ascended to the cognizance realm, he was still at its first layer. Even with his divine powers, he could only hold a standstill against the tiger-faced verdant dragon python, who was at the second layer of the cognizance realm. Watching his soldiers struggling against the formidable purple wolf and other sky-reaching realm demonic beasts, his expression grew serious. He decided to temporarily pull back from battling the python and led his troops to retreat a few dozen meters behind. He knew that Chu Ziyi had dispatched 2 generals and 100,000 steel cavalries to aid him, so he wasn't ready to admit defeat just yet. The vulnerability of Chu's situation became glaringly obvious. While they boasted a handful of immensely powerful cultivators, their numbers were woefully inadequate. 6 other sky-reaching realm experts were currently engaged in conflicts with the neighboring 3 countries, and an additional 3 sky-reaching realm experts were needed to maintain control in the capital. What they could afford to send were just 2 sky-reaching realm experts. Faced with more than 25 sky-reaching realm demonic beasts, they found themselves severely outnumbered. Lu Fengxian welcomed Su Zhongkong and Sun Bofu, who was dispatched to aid him, with troubled emotions. Generals were known to have an affinity for alcohol, and upon their first meeting, Lu Fengxian organized a feast to warmly receive the 2 generals he had never encountered before. Su Zhongkong and Sun Bofu, being seasoned military heroes themselves, readily accepted Lu Fengxian's invitation to partake in the alcohol. The 3 sat in a spacious tent, indulging in a sumptuous spread of meat and fish as they discussed. The 100,000 steel cavalries that had hurried to their aid were fatigued, and the defeated soldiers who had suffered at the hands of a dozen sky-reaching realm beasts waited outside, anticipating their meals. Campfires illuminated their sprawling camp that stretched for miles. They had thoroughly cleared the vicinity of demonic beasts and enjoyed relative peace. The patrolling guards, however, had lost much of their morale. Were it not for Lu Fengxian's timely retreat, many of them might have already perished at the claws of the sky-reaching realm demonic beasts and their underlings. Each sky-reaching realm demonic beast had its own territorial domain, complete with its own subordinate forces. Some even managed to nurture combat forces that further bolstered their strength. For instance, Mountain Pig had meticulously trained thousands of formidable demonic pig soldiers, ranging from the origin realm to a remarkable 9 among them who had reached the manifestation realm. Confronted by tens of thousands of soldiers, the soldiers who possessed the swiftness of the sky-reaching realm leaders arrived well in advance of the impending battle, in contrast to the subordinates of other demonic beasts who only joined the fray once the conflict had already begun. Subsequently, the tens of thousands of humans and demonic beasts engaged in a fierce and valiant confrontation. Though the motivations for this battle were not steeped in profound animosity or intense interests, the sheer scale of the conflict made it all too easy for them to become careless. Once carelessness crept in, simmering disputes between them escalated, compelling them to unleash their full might upon one another. Not a single soldier emerged from this day's skirmish without having lost a few of their comrades. In a distant forest, a few of the sky-reaching realm demonic beasts lay sprawled on the ground, their expressions undergoing uncontrollable shifts. Mountain Pig couldn't help but vent his frustration. Damn it! They've got even more reinforcements now. Must be over 100,000 of them, right? Purple Wolf's expression shifted slightly as he added, not only do they boast 100,000 soldiers, but they also have 100,000 war horses. They're cavalry troops. Mountain Pig remained unaware of the distinction between regular soldiers and cavalry troops, but his disdain for Chu's army remained unabated. What on earth are they thinking? We clearly defeated them and drove them back, and yet, here they are, sending reinforcements? Do they still plan on attacking us? He grumbled. Perhaps. Purple Wolf replied strangely. With a deliberate pace, he rose to his feet. Follow me. Despite being unaware of his intentions, the other demonic beasts, including the mountain boar, obediently followed him. The purple wolf led them to the base of a towering tree, where he began digging into the earth and promptly retrieved a whistle from beneath the ground. The whistle had a pristine white appearance, resembling a round ball. After cleansing it with his spiritual powers, Purple Wolf placed the whistle in his mouth. Perplexed, Mountain Pig inquired, "Big brother, what's that?" With a strange tone, Purple Wolf explained, "This is a valuable item. Since they've sent cavalry, I'll rob them of their horses. Let's see how they fare then." This whistle happened to be an item that Murong Lin, lurking in the shadows, had acquired from the system shop for a price of 10 villain value. It was a lower sky-grade spiritual artifact known as the Horse Disorienting Whistle. Once employed, this whistle had the remarkable ability to induce chaos among horse-type spiritual beasts within a 10 li radius. They would lose control, become frenzied, and unleash their destructive impulses, potentially attacking anyone or anything in their vicinity, including their own masters, and escape. Murong Lin had conceived this plan upon learning that Chu Zi had deployed his steel cavalries, and it had taken him considerable effort to locate and obtain this item from the system shop. Now, he had strategically buried the artifact and summoned the Purple Wolf to retrieve it. With the whistle securely in his mouth, Purple Wolf bellowed instructions to the surrounding demonic beasts, "Gather your subordinates. When I blow this whistle, charge forth and assail their camp. Be cautious, prioritize the elimination of the weaker soldiers and avoid engaging the cognizance realm expert. We cannot defeat him." "Yes." The demonic beasts responded with palpable enthusiasm. Over time, their animosity toward the human forces had deepened, particularly after the significant battle earlier in the day, further fueling their resentment. The demonic beasts swiftly assembled within the encircling forest, effectively surrounding the human soldiers' camp. Guided by the command of numerous sky-reaching realm demonic beasts, the numbers of these creatures amassed to the scale of a city-devastating beast wave. It didn't take long for the moonlight to cast its glow upon the camp as the shrill sound of a whistle pierced the night air. D. This abrupt sound jolted numerous human soldiers from their slumber, prompting well-trained troops to swiftly arm themselves. They gazed forward with bewildered expressions, struggling to comprehend the source of the disturbance. Lu Fengxian, Sun Bofu, and Su Zhongkong appeared outside their tents instantly, suspended in midair to survey their surroundings. Su Zhongkong voiced his confusion, "Who's the fucker that is blowing that damn whistle?" Sun Bofu's countenance darkened as he scrutinized their surroundings. "I fear this might be the work of those cunning demonic beasts." He had gained insight into the deceitful and crafty nature of the demonic beasts during his conversation with Liu Fengxian. Liu Fengxian chuckled, dismissing the threat. "Ha ha ha, Bofu, do you truly believe this whistle can harm us?" He was ready to locate the source of the sound and eliminate it. However, just then, shadows converged in the nearby forest, and the forms of demonic beasts charged forth. Sun Bofu's gaze swiftly passed over a particular area, and he let out an urgent cry, "Fengxian! Stop that whistle! The horses are behaving strangely." The faces of the two other generals contorted in alarm as they turned their attention to the cavalry soldiers' herd of horses. It became evident that the horses had descended long into a frenzy, running amok. "Why?" Liu Fengxian advanced aggressively, hovering in midair as he unleashed a sonic wave attack towards Purple Wolf. The impact of Liu Fengxian's attack launched Purple Wolf into the air, abruptly silencing the whistle in his mouth. But the damage had already been done. 70 to 80,000 of the 100,000 war horses had been affected, charging recklessly towards their riders and plunging the entire camp into chaos. Chapter 117 Murong Lin's Initiative. Su Zhongkong turned towards the chaotic army camp, swiftly making his way toward the steel cavalries under his command. He immediately seized one of the horses in an attempt to calm it, but his efforts proved futile. The warhorse had succumbed entirely to the effects of the horse disorienting whistle, its rationality lost and replaced by a frenzied desire to rampage. These warhorses possessed a certain level of cultivation, coupled with their innate swiftness as warhorses, which meant that even their riders were powerless to control their wild behavior. Helpless in the face of this situation, a simple war general like Su Zhongkong found himself devoid of solutions. He looked down at the agitated, howling warhorse in his grasp with a sense of frustration, ultimately slamming it to the ground. Although Purple Wolf's whistling had been brief, brought to an abrupt halt by Liu Fengxian, it had been sufficient to affect the weaker and less intelligent war horses. Added with the influx of tens of thousands of demonic beasts pouring from the surrounding forest, the entire camp plunged into utter chaos. The riders, who had initially been desperately chasing after their war horses to regain control, now found themselves assaulted by the relentless beast wave. Faced with dual predicaments, they were forced to abandon their rampaging war horses and engage the demonic beasts in combat. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had already experienced a grueling battle against the demonic beasts earlier in the day were thrust into a state of frenzy upon witnessing the nocturnal ambush by the demonic beasts. "Quick! Arm yourselves! The demonic beasts have returned. What do we do? It's too dark to see anything. Someone, light the fires! Ah! Watch out for the eagles above! They're dropping poisonous insects." The entire camp devolved into chaos, with soldiers scrambling to defend themselves. Liu Fengxian brandished his weapon as he searched for Purple Wolf, closing in from behind the beast. He roared in anger, "You wretched mutt, you're asking for death!" He swung his sky-piercer halberd downward, delivering a punishing blow that struck Purple Wolf's body. Purple Wolf darted swiftly into the forest, leading the furious Liu Fengxian deeper into the heart of the demonic beast forest. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Sun Bofu and Su Zhongkong, both at the 9th layer of the sky-reaching realm, concentrated their efforts on quelling the surging beast wave and restoring order amid the chaos of the war horses. "Argh! Die!" Su Zhongkong ripped apart a warhorse that had lashed out at him in frustration, resulting in a gruesome spray of blood and flesh that only attracted more agitated war horses in the vicinity. "Zhongkong! Prioritize dealing with those sky-reaching realm demonic beasts." Sun Bofu had swiftly discerned that these demonic beasts had been summoned and led by the sky-reaching realm leaders. Their strategy was clear: if they could eliminate the leading sky-reaching realm demonic beasts, the rest would fall into disarray. Wielding his pike, Sun Bofu advanced toward a sky-reaching realm demonic beast. The soldiers under their command quickly mounted the war horses that had remained unaffected, simultaneously launching attacks on the encroaching demonic beasts. With the combined efforts of the 20,000 cavalry troops, they managed to slay a significant number of these creatures. However, there were a substantial number of sky-reaching realm demonic beasts with colossal bodies that loomed ominously over the battlefield. Mountain Pig rolled through the throng, ruthlessly crushing numerous human soldiers to their demise. Even their hapless war horses met a grisly end, reduced to mere masses of crushed flesh littering the ground. Simultaneously, Su Zhongkong found himself confronted by a sky-reaching realm demonic beast. Given that both of the generals were formidable experts at the 9th layer of the sky-reaching realm, dealing with demonic beasts of the 3rd and 4th layers within the same realm presented little challenge. His expression bore a mix of anger and frustration as he unleashed a long-range attack, dispatching a number of eagle-like demonic beasts in the skies above before directing his strike toward the colossal ape before him. The ape-like demonic beast's expression contorted as it made a desperate attempt to evade the impending blow, but it was too late. Fearless tiger form slash. Su Zhongkang's devastating slash struck the beast, cleaving the enormous creature in a single, merciless stroke. The massive carcass plummeted to the earth, a grotesque display of blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Even in death, the ape's gaze that was fixated on Su Zhongkang seemed to harbor its lingering resentment toward its death. The surrounding demonic beasts grew even more frenzied, persistently attacking the human soldiers without mercy. Yet, at this moment, just as Su Zhongkang was about to attack another sky-reaching realm demonic beast, he suddenly sensed it a looming threat. Danger! It was unmistakably dangerous. Su Zhongkang's senses tingled with the presence of impending danger coming from behind. In swift response, he swung his weapon, pivoting his body midair to confront the oncoming threat. And there it was, a blade of light hurtling toward him, originating from within the human crowd below. With a deft counterstroke, he intercepted the blade light, instantly identifying the individual responsible for the attack. Standing there was an attractive young man, bearing a peculiar smile and clutching an exceedingly thin knife. The blade's thinness was such that it almost seemed invisible when viewed from the side. "You're asking for death." Su Zhongkang harbored a deep disdain for those who resorted to such ambush tactics. In a blur of movement, he materialized in front of the young man, launching a swift and powerful strike. However, the expected sight of the young man's head exploding failed to materialize. A strange expression twisted the features of the young man as Su Zhongkang watched him vanishing slowly before him, his initial confusion gradually giving way to abject horror. Murong Lin's form had appeared to disappear in slow motion before him, but in reality, it was merely an afterimage, a result of Murong Lin's extraordinary speed. At Su Zhongkang's back, another blade light erupted. Catastrophe style. Suddenly, a young man materialized in midair behind Su Zhongkang, wielding the paring knife in a reverse grip. With a swift, deadly motion, he swung it downward toward Su Zhongkang. Desperation edged across Su Zhongkang's face as he attempted to pivot and counter the attack once more. This time, however, his efforts fell short. Murong Lin's blade struck with alarming speed, sending Su Zhongkang hurtling through the air. The blade light detonated in rapid succession, inflicting countless wounds upon his battered body. Su Zhongkang was left grievously injured by Murong Lin's attack, blood gushing from his lips as he managed to gasp out, "Ah! Who exactly are you?" Sun Bofu, who had been nearby, swiftly took flight upon recognizing the dire situation unfolding before him. Murong Lin's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he cast a glance at Sun Bofu, before returning his attention to the now heavily injured Su Zhongkang, who lay within a massive crater. "You should go and join your two brothers." With a decisive motion, Murong Lin seized Su Zhongkang, promptly transporting him into his system space. However, the system space had a peculiar limitation: it could not accommodate living beings. That was why Murong Lin had taken the additional step of separating Su Zhonkang's soul from his body in that instant, effectively ending his life. Sun Bofu sensed the abrupt disappearance of Su Zhonkang's aura, a combination of shock and anger contorting his features. With a resolute determination, he propelled himself toward Murong Lin, launching an attack. Tyrant's Fury. A brilliant explosion of light radiated from the tip of his pike, illuminating the night sky as he bore down on Murong Lin. Empowered by his ninth-layer sky-reaching realm cultivation and further augmented by his ultimate technique, he charged relentlessly. Even those standing near Murong Lin were sent hurtling into the air by the shockwaves generated by this ferocious assault. Murong Lin's expression turned slightly serious as he watched the oncoming Sun Bofu. Swiftly consuming a physical recovery spiritual pill he had kept in his mouth, he spun his body and swung his blade once more, ascending into the skies to meet Sun Bofu's formidable attack head-on. Everlasting Style. Murong Lin's paring knife emitted a chilling light that surpassed even the coldest of winter snow. Simultaneously, it carried a sense of boundless hope. The fierce strike from Sun Bofu, driven by anger, clashed with Murong Lin's everlasting attack, resulting in an explosive collision of energies. The force of their clash instantly sent them both reeling backwards. Murong Lin landed gracefully, maintaining his composure, while Sun Bofu coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood. In a fit of rage, he questioned, "Seventh layer of the sky-reaching realm? Are you the mastermind behind all of this?" He had received reports of the locust plague's resurgence upon their arrival in the demonic beast forest. It was clear that someone had been spying on them, orchestrating attacks against Chu once they had ventured into the forest. This not only hindered their swift response to aid Chu but also tarnished their reputation. Despite the military's unwavering commitment to safeguarding Chu's safety and prosperity, the general public was growing weary of war and the recent tribulations they had endured. Sun Bofu had a strong conviction that someone was pulling the strings from the shadows. Now, in the midst of the demonic beasts, after being struck by an unknown assailant, he came to a sudden realization. Chapter 118, Great Battle at the Lakeside. Sun Bofu's gaze burned with fury as he glared at the young man before him, his voice thundering with anger. "Who in the world are you?" Murong Lin descended gracefully from the sky, his figure flashing as he appeared behind Sun Bofu. Without uttering another word, he swiftly drove his blade into Sun Bofu's back. "You needn't concern yourself with who I am. What matters is who I'm after, and that happens to be your master." A look of agony twisted Sun Bofu's features as Murong Lin's blade began to erode his soul. In mere moments, his complexion turned ashen, and he descended toward the ground powerlessly. Even as his body fell, his gaze remained locked on Murong Lin, as though he wished to etch the image of Murong Lin's appearance into his heart and curse him forever. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of humans engaged in a brutal struggle against the demonic beasts on the battlefield. To the humans, this was a battle where death loomed as the only outcome following defeat. Conversely, to the demonic beasts, humans were perceived as invaders, devils who had encroached upon their homes and ruthlessly slaughtered their comrades. Amidst the chaos of battle, some soldiers caught sight of the tumultuous events unfolding around Murong Lin, their gazes filled with confusion and disbelief as they witnessed Murong Lin stowing away the lifeless bodies of their two generals. What is happening? Is this some kind of dream? It can't be. It's absolutely impossible. This can't be real. Dead? Are they all dead? Where is General Lu? Save me! The soldiers exhibited expressions of bewilderment and horror. The reinforcements consisting of the 100,000 steel cavalries had barely engaged in combat before they lost the lives of their two generals to this ambush. Having already suffered significant losses earlier in the day, they had pinned their hopes on the two generals who had hastily arrived to aid them. Now, these leaders had met a dismal end at the hands of a young man, nearly instantaneously. Panic and chaos gripped many of the soldiers, prompting them to flee in fear. One commander attempted to rally his troops, shouting, "Listen to me, everyone! Don't scatter! We must stick together and retreat as a unit. However, in the very next second, a demonic beast tore his head into pieces. Terrified and desperate, some soldiers attempted to fend off the encroaching demonic beasts, while others simply ran for their lives towards the outer parts of the demonic beast forest. The demonic beasts, sensing the humans' panic and disarray, gave chase to those attempting to escape. The entire camp resounded with the excited cries of the beasts as they pursued their fleeing prey. Amidst this turmoil, the sky-reaching realm mountain pig naturally recognized Murong Lin's figure and, witnessing his victory over the two ninth-layer sky-reaching realm experts, celebrated with joy. Ha ha ha! I told you so! Under Brother Purple Wolf's command, the human army is no match for us. The mountain pig cheered. Had it not been for Purple Wolf's hoarse disorienting whistle, the human army would have swiftly formed the 100,000 steel cavalries to charge against the demonic beast wave. However, with the steel cavalries rendered ineffective by the whistle's effects, they posed no threat to the demonic beasts. As a result, while the beasts did suffer some casualties, the human army suffered far greater losses in comparison. The beasts reveled in their victory, unaware of the disappearance of Lu Fengxian and Purple Wolf. Murong Lin's expression remained unchanged as he addressed the assembled demonic beasts. Everyone, please continue to pursue the humans to the remote borders of Chu. Doing so will instill reverence in humanity's heart toward the demonic beast forest. Mountain Pig leapt excitedly, bellowing, "That's a fantastic idea! I'll immediately instruct my children to go forth and plunder." Each and every demonic beast displayed a similar level of enthusiasm. They had grown weary of their routine lives spent cultivating in the mountains, and compared to the extravagance of human civilization, their surroundings felt barren. Not only did they lack entertainment establishments, but they had never even seen a restaurant or bar before. The prospect of invading the borders of Chu ignited their excitement. In their simple minds, the little benefits Murong Lin had provided solidified their trust in him. This grand battle served as undeniable proof that Murong Lin had their interests in mind. Even if that were not the case, Murong Lin's reputation was already tarnished among the humans. At the very least, he would face retribution within Chu's borders. Therefore, they believed they held leverage over him, and in these circumstances, Murong Lin had no reason to deceive them. The tens of thousands of demonic beasts, led by their respective commanders, surged forward in the direction where the human soldiers had fled. The battlefield had been thoroughly cleansed of any remaining human presence, leaving behind a grim landscape littered with countless corpses. A few demonic beasts continued to feast upon the fallen, gnawing and devouring the lifeless bodies. Murong Lin surveyed the scene with an indifferent expression before shifting his gaze deeper into the demonic beast forest. The distant sounds of a fierce battle reached his ears, indicating that a major conflict was unfolding. A subtle smirk curled at the corners of his lips before he let out a chilling laugh. "I'm coming, het!" In a flash, he disappeared from view. The remaining demonic beasts that remained behind watched in confusion, unable to comprehend his actions. Meanwhile, in the depths of the demonic beast forest, the once tranquil lake had become the backdrop for an intense battle. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python, who had been resting, suddenly sensed the rapid approach of Purple Wolf. Just as he was about to question him, another figure charged in their direction, emanating an aura reminiscent of General Lu Fengxian, the man the python had battled earlier that day. The expression of the tiger-faced verdant dragon python shifted immediately. Upon hearing Purple Wolf's miserable cry, the python swiftly launched itself from the lake to shield Purple Wolf from harm. However, Purple Wolf had already sustained significant injuries during his pursuit by Lu Fengxian. One of his limbs was broken, and his body bore numerous wounds inflicted by the sky-piercer halberd. Desperation and fear filled Purple Wolf's voice as he cried out to the ancestor, "Ancestor, please save us!" After uttering these words, he promptly lost consciousness. Just as Lu Fengxian arrived at the lakeside, he witnessed the colossal form of the tiger-faced verdant dragon python hovering in mid-air, with Purple Wolf lying beneath it. Enraged, Lu Fengxian glared at the tiger-faced verdant dragon python, his voice seething with anger. "You old beast, how dare you ambush us in the dead of night? If it weren't for the reinforcements of the 100,000 steel cavalries, my army would have met its doom today." Swinging his sky-piercer halberd, Lu Fengxian lunged toward the tiger-faced verdant dragon python. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python initially intended to refute Lu Fengxian's accusations, as he had no knowledge of the ambush against the humans. However, upon seeing the pitiful state of Purple Wolf, hearing Lu Fengxian's admission of receiving reinforcements consisting of 100,000 skilled steel cavalries, and learning that they were the formidable steel cavalries, fury overcame his typically wise demeanor. His expression contorted into one of recklessness. He bellowed, "Human! I may not know what you're talking about, but you have truly earned my wrath." In a flash, the tiger-faced verdant dragon python charged toward Lu Fengxian, and the two warriors locked in a fierce, full-blown battle. Having fought once earlier that morning, they were now using their full might against each other. Lu Fengxian's sky-piercer halberd was exceptionally sharp, but it was still a challenge to cut through the massive body of the tiger-faced verdant dragon python. Likewise, the python's sheer size made it difficult to strike the swift Lu Fengxian with precision. The two combatants engaged in a ferocious battle at the lakeside, their attacks occasionally splashing the water's surface, sending droplets flying. Under the dark sky, their silhouettes moved swiftly along the lakeside, periodically colliding. The sparks from the halberd clashing against the python's scales, the thunderous roars of their full-powered strikes, and even the fury in their locked gazes caused their surroundings to tremble. Amidst this intense battle, the body of Purple Wolf, which should have lain beside the lake, had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 119, Purple Wolf Strikes at Last. As the battle between Lu Fengxian and the tiger-faced verdant dragon python raged on, impatience began to gnaw away at Lu Fengxian. He was too far from the camp, and while he was embroiled in the fight, he had no knowledge of the situation unfolding there. Conversely, the tiger-faced verdant dragon python's initial fury gradually gave way to confusion. Lu Fengxian swung his weapon down, unleashing his ultimate move, War God's Halberd. The formidable strike descended upon the python. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python's expression shifted slightly as he reacted swiftly. He tilted his head to the left, contorting his body in midair to bring his tail into play against the impending attack. "The verdant dragon's scaly armor!" he exclaimed. With a loud clash, the tip of Lu Fengxian's sky-piercer halberd collided with the tip of the python's tail. However, what followed was the disconcerting sound of scales shattering as the python's tail exploded in response to the forceful impact. Taking advantage of the situation, Lu Fengxian swiftly withdrew his sky-piercer halberd and blurred his silhouette. Seizing the moment when the python writhed in pain, he retreated into the surrounding forest. As Lu Fengxian dashed toward the camp, he remained unaware that no one was left alive there. Instead, he would soon come upon a gruesome scene of corpses, flesh, and blood strewn across the ground. As he neared the forest's edge, his gaze fell upon a figure hurtling toward him from within the woods. His expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the silhouette concealed within the forest. It was Purple Wolf. The same Purple Wolf who had fallen unconscious earlier. Even the tiger-faced verdant dragon python, who had been pursuing Lu Fengxian, was bewildered by this turn of events. After all, Purple Wolf had been relentlessly pursued by Lu Fengxian all the way to the lakeside, where he had collapsed in a pitiful state. Yet now, Purple Wolf had managed to hide in the darkness and launch a potentially fatal attack on the fleeing Lu Fengxian. However, Lu Fengxian's frantic escape did not mean he would easily fall for Purple Wolf's tactics. Lu Fengxian, initially confident in his defenses as a first-layer cognizance realm cultivator, had underestimated the gravity of the situation. As his body came into contact with the light beam emitted from Purple Wolf's forehead, a sudden shift in his expression indicated something was amiss. A potent surge of energy invaded his body, wreaking havoc within. He winced in pain and turned his gaze toward Purple Wolf's vertical eye. In that moment, he comprehended the dire situation. Purple Wolf was self-destructing his own vertical eye. Lu Fengxian attempted to speak, but he knew it was futile. By choosing to self-destruct even his own innate talent, the vertical eye, it became evident just how determined Purple Wolf was to eliminate him. This self-destructive attack inflicted significant damage upon Lu Fengxian. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python watched Purple Wolf with a mixture of sadness and bewilderment. He couldn't fathom why Purple Wolf had chosen to self-destruct his own vertical eye in order to obstruct Lu Fengxian. After all, Purple Wolf's strength was intricately tied to his vertical eye, making his choice to destroy it all the more perplexing. It was akin to the tiger-faced verdant dragon python choosing to self-destruct the invaluable verdant dragon bloodline within his own body, a decision that would ultimately sabotage his future. Moreover, any miscalculation in the self-destructive process could result in Purple Wolf's own demise. Despite his confusion over Purple Wolf's actions, the tiger-faced verdant dragon python didn't hesitate to continue attacking. Exploiting the moment when Purple Wolf's self-destructive lights bound Lu Fengxian, the python soared forward and launched a powerful technique at Lu Fengxian's back. Finally, through the combined efforts of the tiger-faced verdant dragon python and Purple Wolf, they managed to defeat Lu Fengxian, slicing his body in half. In an instant, Lu Fengxian's body exploded from bearing the full brunt of their two attacks, his blood spraying like a geyser. However, as a cognizance realm cultivator, Lu Fengxian naturally manifested his own primordial spirit. As his lifeless body fell to the ground, his expression shifted from indignation and fear to utter lifelessness, as if his soul had departed his corporeal form. The disappearance of Lu Fengxian's primordial spirit left Purple Wolf and the tiger-faced verdant dragon python with anxious expressions. They shared concerns that Lu Fengxian might escape and, once he cultivated further, return for revenge. The python couldn't afford to be preoccupied with Purple Wolf's unusual behavior any longer. He immediately extended his divine senses to search for Lu Fengxian's primordial spirit. Meanwhile, despite his ashen complexion and the bloody hole where his vertical eye used to be, Purple Wolf pushed himself to stand and join the hunt for Lu Fengxian's primordial spirit. Lu Fengxian's primordial spirit, formless and resembling a miniature version of himself clad in armor and wielding the sky-piercer halberd, was bathed in a golden glow. It swiftly darted away, carrying with it his expression of agony and fear he had at the moment of his death. Aware of the need for a hasty escape, Lu Fengxian's primordial spirit dashed outward, fearing that failure to flee quickly might result in his true demise if captured and killed. He dared not even allow himself a moment of relaxation. His silhouette streaked through the terrain with astonishing swiftness. Yet, in an abrupt twist of fate, a mysterious human figure materialized right before him, as though it had been lying in ambush. The people of Chu had undoubtedly received explicit orders forbidding entry into the demonic beast forest. Consequently, he was acutely aware that the individual standing before him had ventured into the forest with malicious intent. What plunged him into profound despair, however, was the realization that they had been lying in wait for his arrival. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Lu Fengxian's primordial spirit as he attempted to maneuver past the young man obstructing his path. However, it was too late. The instant he entered Murong Lin's line of vision, he had already fallen within the reach of Murong Lin's impending assault. Murong Lin regarded Lu Fengxian's primordial spirit with a curious gleam in his eye, and he unleashed his heaven and earth blade art. Dark Sky Style. Though Lu Fengxian desperately raced onward, an inky shroud suddenly descended, cloaking his senses entirely. He could no longer discern sight, sound, or even sensations. What was this place? In that moment, he recalled the figure brandishing a blade by the roadside. Did he attack? Before Lu Fengxian could even formulate a thought, let alone utter a curse, his life was snuffed out. His primordial spirit was ensnared by the blade light conjured by Murong Lin, and its very life essence was drained away. Though it appeared as if his spirit had been rendered bewildered, in truth, his soul had been obliterated. Liu Fengxian had met his demise. The final, decisive strike had been executed by Murong Lin. This marked the first time Murong Lin had taken the life of a cognizance realm expert, even if he had only dealt the finishing blow. Now, he stood witness as Liu Fengxian's shattering primordial spirit fragmented into shimmering fragments that dissolved into the ether, vanishing from this world. In the depths of the somber forest, the dissolution of his primordial spirit resembled the flickering glow of scattering fireflies, casting an aura of mystique over the serene surroundings. Murong Lin sheathed his blade, turning towards the depths of the demonic beast forest with a smirk gracing his lips. Not too far from his current location lay the lake of the formidable tiger-faced verdant dragon python. He now had one crucial task to accomplish. Murong Lin directed his puppet, Purple Wolf, to continue its ruse. At the lakeside, the tiger-faced verdant dragon python, who had been circling the area with an anxious expression, noticed Purple Wolf coughing up fresh blood once more. Unable to contain his concern, he couldn't help but inquire, "Are you all right? I still have some spiritual medicine in my residence. Should I attend to your wounds first?" Purple Wolf waved a dismissive hand, declining the offer, and took a deep breath. Then, with a voice that fluctuated in volume, making it challenging for anyone to discern his words, he replied, "I have, it's right here." The tiger-faced verdant dragon python leaned closer, inching towards the wolf as he asked, "Where did you place it?" "Should I?" Before he could complete his sentence, a sense of impending danger washed over him, and he realized something was amiss with Purple Wolf. Slowly, the wolf's jaws parted, closing viciously around the tiger-faced verdant dragon python's throat. You. Chapter 120, Tiger-faced verdant dragon python, dead. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python had never anticipated that Purple Wolf would turn on him like this. No, he had never even considered the possibility that Purple Wolf would attack him. After all, he had been like a mentor to Purple Wolf. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Although such emotional bonds were rare among these demonic beasts, his genuine concern for Purple Wolf had been evident to all. Purple Wolf's growth had been nurtured under his guidance. Even during his periods of secluded cultivation, he had entrusted the management of the demonic beast forest to Purple Wolf. And not once had Purple Wolf let him down. But now, it was clear that Purple Wolf had no intention of sparing him. He had, in fact, clamped down on his throat with deadly intent. The tiger-faced verdant python suddenly realized the sheer viciousness of Purple Wolf. He thrashed his body in desperation, but he could feel a bloody void where the wolf's teeth had sunk in. The air carried a pungent scent of blood as it flowed through the gaping wound on his neck. "Purple Wolf! Have you gone insane?" Desperately, he attempted to shake off the Purple Wolf, but in doing so, he inadvertently tore a substantial chunk of his own flesh away with the relentless attacker. "Cough, cough, Purple Wolf, you," his words trailed off, his ability to speak growing increasingly difficult. With great effort, he turned his gaze towards Purple Wolf, who stood before him. What he saw left him utterly perplexed. Purple Wolf's eyes were vacant, as if he had lost his very soul. This was a gaze the python had never witnessed in Purple Wolf before. It was an expression that should never have appeared on a demonic beast. It was akin to a puppet under someone's control, devoid of ownership of his own limbs and stripped of any expression. Puppet? Puppet? As if a revelation had struck him, the python urgently scanned his surroundings. What he observed was the rustling of leaves and trees all around him. In this moment, the tranquil demonic beast forest took on an aura of eerie mystery. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python summoned all his remaining strength to shout, "Murong Lin? Was it you?" The only individual capable of approaching Purple Wolf, gaining control of him in such a short span of time, and orchestrating this sudden attack was Murong Lin, who had recently ventured into the heart of the forest. It was Murong Lin who had suggested they resist the forces of Chu. Without his words, the demonic beast forest wouldn't have repeatedly clashed with Chu's army, facing the imminent threat of battle on their own turf. Yet, the python couldn't help but wonder when exactly Murong Lin had taken control of Purple Wolf. Only now did he recollect the peculiar behavior of the wolf in the days leading up to this event. It had seemed as though the wolf had been actively avoiding any and all contact with him. It had all been driven by fear of being discovered. Shock and anger coursed through the tiger-faced verdant dragon python as he surveyed his devastated surroundings. His unleashed spiritual powers wreaked havoc, instantly obliterating everything in his vicinity. Betrayal cut deep, and for a long-lived demonic beast like him, it was an excruciating experience. He roared, his voice echoing through the forest, "Murong Lin! Come out!" Then, he turned his attention back to Purple Wolf once more. The wolf had already expended all his energy in the battle against Liu Fengxian, and now, suffering the backlash from the python's assault, it seemed that Purple Wolf's time was running out. From within the forest, Murong Lin slowly emerged, making his way to the lake. The once beautiful lake had been transformed into a scene of desolation after the skirmish between the python and Liu Fengxian and the python's subsequent outburst. Countless trees lay uprooted, torn, crushed, and shattered. The grass and earth beneath them were overturned, exposing the unsightly ground. The lake's waters had been displaced across the land due to the intense struggle, and there were also pools of blood that stained the ground. "It's a shame, this place used to be quite picturesque," Murong Lin remarked, facing the enraged tiger-faced verdant dragon python. The python regarded the young man before him with a mixture of anger and resentment, his body partially suspended in the air, his tail swaying incessantly. "What have you done to Purple Wolf?" In his eyes, there was no doubt that this matter was linked to Murong Lin, and that's precisely why he was so terrified. From the moment this young man appeared, he had sensed something amiss. No one was ever so altruistic without expecting something in return. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python couldn't fathom that Murong Lin, hailing from Yan, would not harbor a fear of Chu's ongoing expansion in his homeland or their formidable strength. However, every word that escaped Murong Lin's lips seemed to reflect his genuine concern for the demonic beast forest, presenting a plan that appeared entirely feasible. These sentiments only intensified the python's suspicions, but they didn't lead him to outright reject Murong Lin. He couldn't help but wonder if he had chosen to chase Murong Lin away from the beginning, would all of this have been averted? A tinge of bitterness and indignation welled up within him. However, when faced with Murong Lin, a practitioner at the relatively low 7th layer of the sky-reaching realm, the python also sensed an odd sense of assurance. As the tiger-faced verdant dragon python voiced his doubts, Murong Lin responded calmly, "As you have seen, I currently have control over his body." Hearing this, the python's snake eyes reddened instantly in sorrow, and even his silt pupils seemed to lose their luster. "You're asking for death." With a furious swipe of his tail, the python lunged forward, charging at Murong Lin. Tiger's might, dragon's courage strike. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python's mighty strike summoned the faint silhouettes of a dragon and a tiger, which materialized behind him, enveloping his body in a potent energy. However, Murong Lin was far from unprepared. With a subtle adjustment of his divine senses, he swiftly intercepted the python's reckless assault. Skynet style. Catastrophe style. Murong Lin had mastered these two techniques to a significant extent, and as such, he required little time to execute them both. The two attacks clashed instantly with the python's strike. Murong Lin's body moved with astonishing speed as the python glared at him with venomous intent, poised to continue his attack. Then, without warning, a gust of wind ambushed the python, and along with it came a sizable figure that materialized behind the tiger-faced verdant dragon python, striking at his back. It was Purple Wolf. It was the very same Purple Wolf that Murong Lin had controlled. The wolf's eyes burned with madness, and the vertical eye on his forehead gradually transformed into a gruesome bloody cavity. Several of his ribs were broken from the previous collision with the tiger-faced verdant dragon python. With a swift flicker of his silhouette, Purple Wolf appeared behind the python and self-destructed almost instantaneously. His body swelled gradually, with flesh and blood rippling beneath his skin before exploding in a violent burst. The powerful surges of spiritual power slammed into the python's body. This unexpected attack caught the tiger-faced verdant dragon python off guard just as he had prepared to resume his assault on Murong Lin. Before he could even process the sorrow of witnessing the wolf's demise, Murong Lin's blade was already upon him. Everlasting style. An eruption of dark energy emanated from Murong Lin's body, signaling his manifestation transformation, the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness. This dark energy merged with his paring knife, perfectly coordinating the attack and even manifesting the nascent form of his blade intent. Under the moonlight, by the lakeside, the once mighty figure of the tiger-faced verdant dragon python was thrown to the ground before Murong Lin, who held his paring knife. As the tiger-faced verdant dragon python's thoughts raced, searching for a way to resist Murong Lin, the blade pierced through his body. "No!" he roared, but his body went limp and fell to the ground. The black energy surrounding Murong Lin's blade was far from ordinary spiritual energy. Initially, the python had considered fleeing with his primordial spirit, but he had never anticipated that Murong Lin's black energy would directly obliterate his primordial spirit. In that moment, the tiger-faced verdant dragon python, along with his primordial spirit, met their annihilation. Chapter 121, Blood Purifying Coral. Murong Lin slowly retracted his blade, leaving behind an inconspicuous wound at the tiger-faced verdant dragon python's weak point, from which not a single drop of blood oozed. His expression remained largely unchanged as he surveyed the surroundings and began the process of cleaning up the scene. By this point, the bloody poisonous insect dwelling within his A-cup ointment could no longer contain itself. It swiftly took flight, its wings flapping rapidly as it landed on the python's back. Murong Lin casually tossed Liu Fengxian's corpse to the bloody poisonous insect, allowing it to absorb his blood to enhance its strength. Though the tiger-faced verdant dragon python's eyes bore an indignant glare, his body gradually grew cold. Nonetheless, this did not deter the insect from draining its blood. The tiny creature quickly crawled into the python's body. After absorbing all of the blood essence, the insect moved on to Liu Fengxian's body to extract his strength and blood essence. Finally, it concluded its absorption and the insect flew unsteadily back toward Murong Lin. He received the insect with his hand, holding it still and observing its plump form. He sensed that the insect was preparing for imminent hibernation. With a surge of his spiritual powers, Murong Lin returned the insect to its bloody poisonous insect A-cup ointment. Murong Lin summoned the blood bat locusts once more, directing the sky-reaching realm locusts to devour the remaining corpses in the vicinity. The vast swarm of blood bat locusts worked quickly, sweeping the area clean. The ground was once again upturned, bearing no traces of the fierce battle that had taken place moments earlier. Only then did Murong Lin shift his gaze toward the lake. The reason for his ruthless act in killing the tiger-faced verdant dragon python lay solely in the python's fortuitous discovery. In Sheng Yi's memories, he had learned that the python had cultivated a blood-purifying coral at the lake's bottom. The blood-purifying coral was a higher sky-grade spiritual medicine, and upon reaching 1,000 years of age, it could evolve into the dragon blood-purifying coral, ascending to the lower barren grade. Its primary function was to purify the blood of those who consumed it, eliminating impurities and infusing it with the aura of the Great Dao. The tiger-faced verdant dragon python would wait another 7 years for the blood-purifying coral to reach 1,000 years old and evolve, and upon consuming it, he could significantly enhance the strength of his dragonic bloodline. In just a few decades, he would ascend to the Abhij realm, relying solely on the power of his dragon blood. Sheng Yi had overlooked this treasure due to the extended time it would take for the blood-purifying coral to mature, as well as his own limited strength that prevented him from venturing into the depths of the demonic beast forest. Furthermore, there was virtually no possibility of successfully stealing the blood-purifying coral from the tiger-faced verdant dragon python. Murong Lin approached the lakeside and, with the surge of his spiritual powers, swiftly submerged himself into the water, disappearing from view. The lake's waters were exceptionally clear, allowing fragments of sunlight to penetrate deep beneath its surface. There were not many demonic beasts inhabiting the lake, mostly comprising weak fishes. After all, this was the lair of the tiger-faced verdant dragon python. No other demonic beast would dare to intrude. The lake possessed considerable depth, equivalent to at least a 30-story building, or roughly 100 meters. Beyond a certain depth, the lake's bottom terrain became uneven, indicating even greater depths. Expanding his divine senses, Murong Lin quickly pinpointed the location of the python's lair. He first sent a few bloodbat locusts to scout the area, ensuring there were no traps, before finally venturing inside. Upon entering the tiger-faced verdant dragon python's lair, he immediately sensed a powerful surge of energy heading his way. Within the lair, a spacious chamber lay illuminated by the chaotic radiance of a night pearl, casting light on every corner. The ground bore the telltale traces of the python's life here, with the once rough terrain smoothed by friction. Scattered about were several scales, possessions that the tiger-faced verdant dragon python had deemed useless but were virtually divine treasures to fetal Enigma realm cultivators. Nevertheless, Murong Lin showed little interest in them. He swiftly gathered anything of value from the ground and then turned his attention to the blood-purifying coral. The energy it emitted was palpable, pouring forth from within. However, he didn't require a 1,000-year-old blood-purifying coral, as it was primarily beneficial to demonic beasts with dragon bloodlines. Its effects on humans were not as remarkable. Thus, he only needed to consume it before it reached 1,000 years of age. Staring at the coral, he employed a technique from his memories to uproot it, leaving nothing in the lair that caught his eye. His figure rapidly ascended to the lake's surface, and after storing the bloodbat locusts in his spirit familiar bag, he departed in the direction of the nearby forest. Even at this point, the demonic beasts that had pursued Chu's army remained unaware of the deaths of their big brother and their ancestor. Furthermore, their ancestor's corpse had been completely devoured, and his lair was thoroughly plundered. Murong Lin departed from the depths of the demonic beast forest and arrived at a secluded location where he could rest for a moment and refine the blood-purifying coral. He burrowed into the ground, using his spiritual powers to dig out a sizable hole for himself. After setting up an array, he released a swarm of bloodbat locusts to patrol the vicinity, ensuring he was completely secure. With these excessive precautions in place, he finally felt safe. Murong Lin retrieved the blood-purifying coral from his ring of holding and regarded it with an excited gaze before crushing it in his hands. The blood-purifying coral, once the size of a grown man's head, instantly transformed into a liquid mass under the influence of his spiritual powers, its red hue resembling blood. Guided by Murong Lin's control, the liquid slowly entered his mouth. Murong Lin had not thoroughly stabilized his foundation during his time in the fetal Enigma realm. Even after ascending, he had relied on the absorption of human blood to further his cultivation, resulting in an unstable foundation and impurities within his body. While these issues hadn't posed immediate problems, ever since he began refining his own soul upon ascending to the sky-reaching realm, he became acutely aware of the impurities within his body. The instability of his earlier cultivation combined with the contamination caused by his excessive reliance on human blood pills had begun to hinder his progress at the sky-reaching realm. Initially, he had sought a solution in the system shop to address these problems, but the exorbitant price of the item made him feel like the shop was purposefully scamming him. It was then that he recalled the legendary blood-purifying coral hidden deep within the treacherous demonic beast forest, causing a desire for this item to well up within him. As the blood-like liquid from the blood-purifying coral completely fused with Murong Lin's body, his body began to tremble gradually, and a hint of redness appeared beneath his skin. Impurities and traces of blood began to ooze from his pores, and his aura gradually steadied, undergoing a transformation in the process. Under the influence of this potent spiritual medicine, his once impure blood chi began to purify. Even the bloody poisonous insect dwelling within his A-cup ointment underwent a purification process as its wings fluttered. Soon, all the impurities expelled from Murong Lin's body instantly fell to the ground, emitting a nauseating odor. Murong Lin remained entirely unperturbed. Instead, he skillfully guided the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness to merge with his blood, refining the energy from his manifestation transformation and incorporating it into his own flesh. His foundation gradually stabilized, expanding like a cup that could now hold more. He promptly activated the lifelessness law, propelling his cultivation to advance. With the formidable strength of his soul, his cultivation began to inch forward as his flesh underwent refinement, pushing his progress even further. The 7th layer of the sky-reaching realm. The 8th layer of the sky-reaching realm. The 9th layer of the sky-reaching realm. The peak of the sky-reaching realm. Chapter 122, Chu Ze's Fury. After breaking through to the sky-reaching realm, Murong Lin noticed that his progression began to slow down. He took a deep breath, purging the remaining impurities from his body before opening his eyes with a contented expression. However, his satisfaction quickly turned into disdain. With the circulation of his spiritual powers, he cast a cleaning spell to freshen up and incinerated the impurities on the ground with his fire. Following this, he took to the air and flew out of the cave. He retrieved his array and then collected the sky-covering locusts. He could now feel that he was on the verge of reaching the coveted cognizance realm, and a confident smile graced his face. The gains from this endeavor have been quite satisfactory. Now, it's time to deal with that fellow, Chu Zi. The tumultuous events in the capital had already caused Chu Zi's protagonist value to plummet by 50. And after Murong Lin's confrontation with and subsequent killing of Liu Fengxian, he had acquired another 50 villain value. Ding! The protagonist Chu Zi's little protagonist halo has completely shattered, his protagonist value has dropped by 50. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining the villain value of 50, you may use it to purchase items in the system shop. Chu Zi's protagonist value had dwindled to a mere 200 points, and Murong Lin was convinced that with the Qingyi Tower's influence, he could deal yet another blow to Chu Zi by inciting rebellions in certain territories. Murong Lin began to make his way towards Chu. With his current strength, he could navigate the demonic beast forest and the surrounding regions with ease. Even within the Ridge Fur Alliance, his power was considered at the pinnacle. During this time, both Chu and the demonic beast forest were undergoing significant changes. The demonic beasts gleefully pursued Chu's army, only stopping after chasing them several dozen lis into Chu's territory. This relentless pursuit sparked the rebellions that further infuriated Chu Zi. In response, Chu Zi immediately ordered the soldiers attacking neighboring countries to return and gathered a formidable army to advance into the demonic beast forest. Chu Zi decided to narrate the tragic tale of Liu Fengxian, the other generals, and the army's devastating losses to the public, hoping to garner their support for his actions. However, the people had long harbored their resentment towards the continuous wars. Before Chu Zi's rule, Chu had actively repelled the annual beast waves, but their actions were confined to the outskirts of the demonic beast forest. Thus, there were no deep-seated grievances between humans and the demonic beasts. But everything had changed with Chu Zi's ascent to the throne and his declaration of war against the demonic beast forest. Countless soldiers had ventured deep into the forest, leading to chaos along Chu's borders. After the relentless assault of the blood-bat locusts, although they hadn't completely destroyed human settlements, hordes of demonic beasts had surged forth, chasing tens of thousands of Chu's retreating soldiers. Moreover, the commoners who had lived their lives in Chu had never heard of the generals summoned by Chu Zi from the mysterious system. These war-hardened generals held no favor in the eyes of the people. Now, Chu Zi was proclaiming his intent to further invade the demonic beast forest. The citizens of Chu were left in shock and disbelief. They attempted to protest, demanding the freedom that Chu Zi had once promised. However, under the heavy-handed tactics of the brocade-clad soldiers, the rift between the imperial court and the general populace only deepened. What is King Chu Zi trying to achieve? Why is he hell-bent on sowing discord between us and the demonic beast forest? That's right. Everything was peaceful, but he just had to pick a fight with the demonic beast forest. Look at where we are now, embroiled in a war. Sob, sob, sob. My older brother joined the army to suppress the beast wave in the demonic beast forest, and he never came back. I despise those demonic beasts, and I despise Chu Zi. I have an idea. Let's unite and overthrow Chu Zi. We all know what a fool he used to be. The people couldn't contain their anger and fear, and they openly criticized Chu Zi to vent their frustrations. However, they were cautious about taking any action, knowing that the brocade-clad soldiers were everywhere. Nevertheless, their resentment continued to build, and once it reached a boiling point, it would only take a small spark to ignite a rebellion that could shake the entire nation of Chu. Meanwhile, in the demonic beast forest, a significant change had occurred as well. The demonic beasts had learned that Purple Wolf had left to lure away the cognizance realm Lu Fengxian and had led him to their ancestor, the tiger-faced verdant dragon python. However, their big brother, Purple Wolf, had not returned. When they ventured to the lakeside where their ancestor resided, they found nothing but bare soil on the ground. Items that had once belonged to their ancestor floated to the surface of the lake. Only then did they realize that something was amiss. They scoured every corner of the demonic beast forest, desperately searching for any sign of Purple Wolf and the tiger-faced verdant dragon python. They even mustered the courage to explore the lake bed where their ancestor resided, but their efforts yielded nothing. Panic began to grip them. Purple Wolf, as their big brother, had handled many matters for them, and the tiger-faced verdant dragon python was the linchpin of their courage and strength. Both had vanished without a trace. What's going on? Where is our big brother, Purple Wolf? Where is the ancestor? Where have they gone? I don't know. We've combed through every inch of this place, and there's nothing. Could something terrible have happened? It can't be. Impossible. It's definitely impossible. The ancestor isn't like that. The demonic beasts were on the verge of panic due to the sudden disappearance of their leaders. It was at this moment that Mountain Pig made a discovery: the Sky Piercer halberd. As he laid his eyes on this weapon, his expression shifted to anger. Soon, the other demonic beasts also noticed the presence of this significant item. The Sky Piercer halberd was anchored to the ground with something impaled between its blades ahead. It was the head of their big brother, Purple Wolf. Mountain Pig staggered forward, his massive frame collapsing to his knees as tears streamed down his face. The demonic beasts behind him were a mix of shock, fear, anger, and grief, but one emotion was unmistakable in their expressions: hatred toward Lu Fengxian and Chu. Mountain Pig let out a furious roar: "Big brother! Why did this happen?" Purple Wolf's head appeared ghastly, his once elegant purple fur now dry and lifeless, and even the vertical eye that had once graced his forehead was reduced to a lifeless hollow. His death had been horrific. There was no doubt in their minds this had to be the work of Lu Fengxian. They had devised a plan in which Purple Wolf would lure Lu Fengxian away, allowing them to attack Chu's soldiers' camp. Lu Fengxian had vanished, along with their revered ancestor. All that remained was Purple Wolf's severed head, impaled on Lu Fengxian's Sky Piercer halberd. It was clear that Purple Wolf had met his demise during Lu Fengxian's relentless pursuit, and subsequently, their ancestor had pursued Lu Fengxian to exact vengeance. This seemed to be the most logical explanation for the grim scene before them. Mountain Pig carefully removed Purple Wolf's head from the halberd and gave him a solemn burial. He then turned to his fellow demonic beasts, his eyes reddened with grief and anger: "We will not share the same sky with the human race." The other demonic beasts nodded in agreement, vowing to avenge Purple Wolf's death. However, they were not foolish enough to immediately gather their forces and launch an attack on the human city. Their first priority was to await the return of their missing ancestor. They believed that, with the guidance of their cognizance realm ancestor, their plan would carry far less risk. But what they never expected was that even before the return of their missing ancestor, was the arrival of the human army. Chapter 123, Nai Wu Sheng? Murong Lin. Murong Lin had already crossed into Yan's territory, and he was headed straight for the capital without taking a single break. With his strength at the peak of the sky-reaching realm, even if all of Yan's sky-reaching realm experts had joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Confidently, he entered the capital, a place he once called home for over a decade. The capital of Yan had come to life as the Chu army, under Chu Ziyi's orders, reluctantly pulled back. This eased the pressure on Yan, and the people rejoiced. However, those in the know understood that this retreat was just a temporary respite. The Chu army would return, and when they did, it would likely spell the end for Yan. Chu was preoccupied with amassing troops for an impending clash with the demonic beast forest. Rumors circulated that they had amassed a colossal army of over 900,000 soldiers, comprised of the 600,000 soldiers they had sent to attack the 3 different countries and 300,000 conscripted from their various territories. Meanwhile, the Yan imperial court was embroiled in a heated debate over whether they should launch a surprise attack on Chu from the flank. Murong Ran, seated at the highest position, watched the impassioned arguments below, unable to comprehend the intricacies of their discussion. He was upset. However, he didn't cry. His sister, uncle, and grandpa Jiao had taught him how to conceal his emotions. Mo Wendao voiced his support for the attack, arguing, "Why not strike them now? They've invaded a dozen of our counties. If we don't retaliate, who will compensate us for our losses?" Murong Jiao offered a differing perspective, saying, "The invaded counties were all under Ningwei Wu's territory. If we look at it from a different perspective, we could even argue that they've aided us in solving that matter. Furthermore, if we engage in combat with Chu, we'd be hopelessly outmatched in terms of strength. When the time comes, who among us will confront Zhao Ziyilong? Will it be you, or will it be me?" In that moment, a heavy silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone at a loss for words. They had already received the support of the Wang clan's ancestor and the Willow Sword Saint in confronting Zhao Ziyilong with a team of 4, but they were all decisively defeated with a single strike. Had Zhao Ziyilong intended to end their lives in that moment, the strongest figures of Yan would have perished in that fateful clash. "I'll handle this." Suddenly, a voice rang out from above them. All eyes instantly turned to the source of the voice, and upon seeing who it was, Murong Jiao and Mo Wendao's expressions twisted with sheer terror. Their dread stemmed from the realization that this intruder didn't hesitate to release their power. It was the peak of the sky-reaching realm. There was no mistaking it, this intruder had undoubtedly reached the peak of the sky-reaching realm. During their previous confrontation, Zhao Ziyilong had openly declared himself to be at the 9th layer of the sky-reaching realm, but the person descending upon them seemed to exude an even greater aura of power. From above, a figure slowly descended, casting a shadow over them all. The figure appeared youthful, seemingly in his early 20s, but exuded an overwhelming strength. Despite his pallid complexion, he carried himself with an air of elegance. Draped in a white robe, he held a teacup in his hand, from which wafted a delightful aroma. "I am Nai Wu Sheng. I extend my greetings to all present." The young man, who had suddenly materialized in the discussion hall, spoke. This appearance was none other than Murong Lin's disguise. In his current circumstances, he required a new identity. His former reputation as Murong Lin in the land of Yan was akin to that of a devil's. He did some research in Yan during this time, quickly discovering that the general populace held nothing but hatred and resentment towards him, fueled by the information disseminated by the imperial court. Starting from the tragic events in the valley as the catalyst, every action was attributed to Murong Lin, and he was even denounced for matters that he had no part in. The 3 great sects and the 3 great clans had even placed their own misdeeds squarely on Murong Lin's shoulders. Those who had maintained cordial or friendly relationships with Murong Lin in the past, including individuals within the government, had their entire families executed. On the other hand, individuals from the second generation like Ma Jianguo and his peers were surprisingly left untouched due to Murong Liu's interference. Even Murong Tong refrained from taking any actions against them. With Murong Tong's strength severely diminished, he needed to rely on the Murong clan's legacy treasure for over a decade to recover fully. With this, it meant he would likely remain absent from the scene for the next 10 years. Currently, Murong Lin's curiosity was piqued by the question of why Murong Lu had chosen to protect individuals like Ma Jianzhou and the others. He had once visited them in secret and observed that, while they lived relatively carefree lives, they bore the physical toll of fear. After all, the third prince they had befriended, Murong Lin, had committed such heinous acts. Throughout their entire friendship, they remained entirely ignorant of his plans. Disguised as Nai Wusheng, the supposed grandchild of Naisu, Murong Lin paid a visit to the Imperial Discussion Hall. However, even if his identity were to be uncovered, it wouldn't pose a problem. With his current strength, he could do as he pleased in the land of Yan, but he refrained knowing that it would interfere with his forthcoming plan. Murong Jiao and Mo Wendao wore bewildered expressions, unable to recall any expert named Nai Wusheng within Yan or its neighboring regions, no matter how hard they tried. Even within the Ridge Fur Alliance, the only sky-reaching realm expert with the surname Nai was Naisu. Murong Jiao cautiously stepped forward and inquired, "May I ask if you are related to the lethal spectre, Naisu?" Murong Lin responded calmly, "I am his grandson, Nai Wusheng." His tone carried a hint of pride, perhaps due to his strength, and rightfully so. Both Murong Jiao and Mo Wendao wore expressions of visible astonishment, mirroring the officials gathered below. The name Naisu had become somewhat of a rarity, no longer commonly spoken. Now, not only did the name resurface, but his sky-reaching realm grandson had made an appearance. The morning court swiftly transformed into a chorus of greetings directed towards Nai Wusheng. The officials even started marveling among themselves. Wow! Is Nai Wusheng a sky-reaching realm expert? He looks so young. Why does that matter? Have you ever seen sect leader Mo show such respect to a sky-reaching realm expert before? In my estimation, Nai Wusheng must be at the upper echelons of the sky-reaching realm, perhaps even at the 8th or 9th layer. Incredible! Does this mean we no longer have to fear Zhao Ziyi along with his help? Hey, Senior Nai! Look at me! I'm a descendant of the Sun clan. Your grandfather once taught my ancestors a few techniques, we're practically friends. Amidst the growing chaos in the hall, Murong Lu approached with an emotionless expression. She cast a brief glance at Nai Wusheng, a peculiar glint flickering deep within her eyes before departing, holding Murong Ran's hand in hers. Unable to tolerate the clamor any longer, Murong Lin raised his arm to silence the crowd and spoke deliberately, all right. Although my grandfather has passed away, I still consider myself a person of Yan. Upon learning of Yan's plight, I rushed here to offer my assistance, only to find that the enemy army had already withdrawn. Therefore, I boldly propose that we gather our forces once more. I will personally confront Zhao Ziyilong and seek vengeance for Yan. Murong Jiao inquired hastily, young brother Nai, how confident are you? Murong Lin chuckled, I won't claim 100%, but I'm about 80% sure I can do it. His confidence rallied the crowd, who mustered their courage and voiced their agreement. I agree with Senior Nai's plan. We should retaliate against Chu. Absolutely. I support Senior Nai. Let's seek the help of the other two countries and attack Chu together. Right. With the demonic beast forest guarding our front, there's no need to fear. Murong Lin observed as those gathered around him quickly devised a plan to strike back at Chu. He clapped his hand and added, so, with the Chu army retreating, we should reorganize the southern territories and launch a direct assault on Chu from the southwest. That region lies at the crossroads of the demonic beast forest and Chu, making it a convenient point for our revenge. The crowd readily agreed to the plan. Murong Jiao and Emma Wendao wasted no time in making preparations to receive Nai Wusheng as an esteemed guest, gathering a substantial amount of gifts to welcome him. In return, Murong Lin graciously reciprocated with items he didn't need anymore, prompting them to express their gratitude profusely throughout the day. After the flurry of activity subsided, Murong Lin found himself alone in a courtyard for a leisurely stroll. As he wandered, a figure suddenly approached from behind, speaking in a deliberate, measured tone. "Murong Lin, how did you summon the courage to return?" Chapter 124, Meeting Murong Lu again. Murong Lin turned slowly, meeting Murong Liu's gaze with a small, knowing smile. He had deliberately made eye contact with her earlier in the discussion hall, and she had instantly recognized that Nai Wusheng was, in fact, Murong Lin. However, she had chosen not to reveal this knowledge openly and had instead opted to seek him out privately. Now, she appeared visibly unsettled as she stared at Murong Lin, a mixture of fear and confusion evident in her expression. Murong Lin continued to regard her calmly, stating, "Why wouldn't I have the courage to return?" Murong Lu spoke with agitation, "Do you realize what you've done? The entire country of Yan has issued a warrant for your arrest." He advanced toward Murong Lu with an air of indifference, his expression remaining composed as he replied, "So what? What can they possibly do to me now?" He promptly revealed his immense strength, enveloping Murong Lu with his aura at the peak of the sky-reaching realm as potent energy surged around her. Powerful. That was the singular thought echoing in Murong Liu's mind at that moment. Gazing at Murong Lin before her, she spoke slowly, "Why did you come back? With your strength, there's no one left in Yan capable of opposing you, right?" Murong Lu wasn't naive. From the palpable presence that Murong Lin exuded and the reactions of the people in the discussion hall earlier, she understood that Murong Lin's strength was undeniably at a terrifying level. "In your eyes, do I appear as someone driven solely by profit?" Murong Lin smiled. He approached Murong Lu, locking his gaze with hers as he continued, "Of course, I have a purpose in returning this time, and that's to crush Chu." A flicker of realization passed over Murong Liu's face, and she nodded in understanding, "I see. Have they offended you?" "It's their king who has irked me," Murong Lin replied. Murong Lin strolled to the side, gazing at the gardens that had been meticulously restored after the devastation of the great battle 4 months ago, and the earth that had sprung back to life. He sighed in amazement, "So much has changed." Murong Lu let out a cold, mocking laugh from behind him and scoffed, "If it weren't for you, nothing would have changed. Everyone would have remained the same, and the imperial court would have carried on as it always did." Murong Lin turned to respond, "No, things are always subject to change. Regardless of who ascended the throne, I wouldn't have been afforded a path to survival." He cast his gaze skyward and then inquired, "How did you manage to convince them to spare Ma Jianzhou and the others?" Murong Lu regarded Murong Lin with disdain and retorted, "I thought you were ruthless enough not to care about them. Your mockery is unnecessary. I'm merely curious, why did you intervene?" Murong Lin asked, locking eyes with her. "Are you that nice to me?" Murong Liu's response was laced with instant fury, and she squinted as she continued, "I'm not that compassionate. I spared their lives as a precautionary measure. While you managed to escape, I haven't forgotten the kind of ruthless person you can be. What if you return one day and decide to wipe us all out on a whim? By leaving those few lives intact, we would have some bargaining power if we ever found ourselves incapable of defeating you upon your return." Her words seemed indifferent, but they undoubtedly carried an undercurrent of genuine worry. She was worried that Murong Lin would attack them. She didn't want to die. But she knew all too well that with Murong Lin's current talents and ruthless disposition, if he were to seek vengeance for Ma Jianzhou and the others, there would be no escaping him. "Ha, so this was your thought process?" Murong Lin chuckled, amused. He had never expected that it wouldn't be the imperial court or the residents of Yan who feared him the most, but rather the sister who had always looked down on him in the past. Now, he finally grasped how Murong Lu had managed to convince those who had grievances with him to spare Ma Jianzhou and the others. Upon reflection, he realized that these people were still afraid of him. With a strange laughter, Murong Lin straightened his posture, glancing at Murong Lu before departing. As he left, he spoke, "Don't worry, I'll leave this place once I've crushed Chu." Murong Lu watched as Murong Lin walked away, her body drenched in cold sweat and fear. She had no curiosity about how Murong Lin had rapidly advanced his cultivation, and she didn't seek to understand his motives either. What she knew, without a doubt, was that Murong Lin was ruthless, and he possessed a remarkable talent for disguise. He had been unremarkable in his youth, and now, his name was known far and wide across the land. Murong Lin's untamed and cold temperament made him appear almost like a natural-born devil. Gradually, Murong Liu's body relaxed, and she spoke with a bitter smile, "I hope so too." She was not ignorant of the tales of devils. For instance, there was the soul-devouring old man who had been hunted by the Ridge Fur Alliance 30 years ago. At the peak of the sky-reaching realm, he had massacred over 1 million lives in a single county, leaving it desolate to this day. Every devil was destined to possess unparalleled strength, but it seemed that destruction and chaos were inherent to their nature. To empower themselves, they were never constrained by any rules. Murong Lin would never have expected that Murong Lu would perceive him in such a manner. Murong Lin harbored no desire to become a hero or a devil, he simply wanted to embrace his role as a villain. It was because he was even more ruthless. With determination, Murong Lin swiftly led an army to the south. Along the way, they rapidly reclaimed most of the lost territories and cities, conscripting soldiers from these lands as they advanced toward Chu for their long-awaited revenge. The deep-seated resentment toward Chu for the destruction of their homelands became Murong Lin's most potent weapon in the wake of the war. On the opposite fronts, Qi and Pu had also rallied countless rebel and resistance troops who rekindled their strength after the departure of Chu's oppressive forces from their territories. Chu Zi believed his own strength could easily reclaim these territories, and thus, he was not overly concerned about their loss. However, this had sparked hope within the three countries, inspiring them to rebuild their homelands and recapture their lost territories. With the soldiers of the three countries now massed at the borders, they joined forces under the command of Nai Wusheng, Murong Lin's disguised identity, and advanced toward Chu. From the south, Chu's amassed army of more than 900,000 soldiers had already reached the border that separated Chu's southern region from the demonic beast forest. Emperor Chu Zi personally led this conquest, marching alongside his generals. The demonic beast forest, despite their panic, housed a staggering number of creatures beyond human imagination. Over 10 million demonic beasts emerged from the forest's depths, engaging in a fierce battle against Chu Zi's army. Given the vastness of the battlefield, Chu Zi couldn't have every general at his side for protection. The army was divided into 3 units, the vanguard, the middle, and the rear, with their front line extending into the demonic beast forest, poised to eliminate the demonic beasts within. Ma Mengqi and Pang Shiyuan commanded the vanguard and bore the brunt of the demonic beast forest's assault. Behind them, Zhang Wenyuan and Ma Jichong managed the supply team, but they soon found themselves in dire straits. They were surrounded by a swarm of blood-bat locusts, their numbers enough to blot out the sky and shroud the entire area in darkness. Ma Jichang's expression shifted subtly as he bellowed, "Protect the supplies." Zhang Wenyuan's expression also changed as he scrutinized a young man who had appeared before their team. He asked, "Sir, why are you blocking our path?" Chapter 125, Severing the Path of Return. Murong Lin raised his head to gaze at Zhang Wenyuan, wearing a subtle smile as he spoke, "I've long admired you, sir." Zhang Wenyuan's brow furrowed slightly as he continued to listen to the young man's words, "Today, I've come to collect you." Before Zhang Wenyuan could comprehend the meaning behind collect, the young man's figure flashed and disappeared from their sight. What followed was a streak of blade light hurtling towards Zhang Wenyuan. The battle had begun. The transport team and its surroundings were instantly engulfed by the swarm of blood bat locusts. These insects, numbering more than 1,000-fold of the soldiers present, beat their wings in unison, creating a hurricane that engulfed the entire area. Though these soldiers were elite veterans, the sheer overwhelming numbers of the blood bat locusts, creatures that had once devoured an entire hidden realm, left them vastly outmatched. Confronted with Murong Lin's blade, Xuanhuan swiftly waved his arm, summoning a silver-colored spear that appeared with a flip of his palm. Behind him, Ma Ji-chang anxiously observed the onslaught of blood bat locusts attacking the soldiers and provisions. He swiftly produced a small array disc in his hands and infused it with his spiritual power. Arrays began to materialize rapidly: the green tornado cloud array, the blue vast waves array, the purple nine heavens thunder array, the red blazing infinity array. Each of these arrays was of a higher earth grade, and there were even 3 lower sky grade arrays that trapped and assaulted the surrounding blood bat locusts. However, one blood bat locust at the 8th layer of the sky-reaching realm managed to reach Ma Ji-chang. Due to its consumption of the tiger-faced verdant python dragon's life force, it had temporarily become the strongest among the swarm of blood bat locusts. Facing Ma Ji-chang, who was only at the 5th layer of the sky-reaching realm, it engaged in a fierce battle. While one fought to create arrays to subdue the surrounding blood bat locusts, the other used its speed advantage to close in on Ma Ji-chang. Meanwhile, on the other side, Murong Lin's blade had already clashed with Xuanhuan's spear. Sparks flew as their powerful collision sent shockwaves rippling through the vicinity, lifting trees and dust into the air. Xuanhuan, at the 7th layer of the sky-reaching realm, faced considerable difficulty in contending with Murong Lin, who had reached the peak of the sky-reaching realm. Adding to the challenge was Murong Lin's near-perfect mastery of his blade technique, making him an even more formidable adversary. Murong Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, infusing his nascent blade intent into his attack and incorporating the essence of evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness into the 3rd blade of the heaven and earth blade art. Dark Sky Style. Upon clashing with Murong Lin's first strike, Xuanhuan became acutely aware of his limitations. In response, he summoned a forbidden technique, his complexion paling as he confronted Murong Lin. Cracks appeared on Xuanhuan's form, and an explosion resonated within his chest as fresh blood mingled with fragments of his organs escaped from the corners of his lips. His strength increased gradually and steadily, and with a resolute gaze, he swung his spear, declaring, "Stand, fight, win." Although Murong Lin's form was sent hurtling into the distance almost instantly, he quickly followed up with a flick of his finger, unleashing the heart-hurting arrow. Even before Xuanhuan could launch his next attack, he was struck by Murong Lin's invisible arrow, which pierced directly into his heart. Xuanhuan plummeted through the air, his struggles futile as if he sought to gather his strength to rise again. In truth, though, apathy had taken hold of his heart. He felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. His expression shifted through a series of emotions. It began with sheer horror, followed by indignation and resentment at his own powerlessness, then self-reproach and sorrow toward his lord, Chu Zi, and finally, shock as he lifted his head to gaze at Murong Lin. While these emotions had been induced by Murong Lin's spiritual skills, they were undeniably emotions that originated from within him. This only cemented his fear of Murong Lin. With great effort, he struggled to stand, turning his gaze toward the ration transport team. The team had suffered significant losses under the relentless assault of the blood bat locusts. Even the elite and valiant tiger and leopard cavalry had lost more than half of their members, not to mention the other Chu troops. Ma Ji-chang was also grappling with the blood bat locusts, who were posing a formidable challenge. The sky-reaching realm locust commanded over 100 manifestation realm blood bat locusts, which directly confronted the arrays he had created. At present, he had nearly exhausted the arrays stored in his array disk and was forced to draw arrays on the spot to combat the locusts. However, his speed was far from sufficient. A bleeding wound adorned his shoulder where a piece of flesh had been torn away by one of the blood bat locusts. Xuanhuan turned his head once more, his emotions a turbulent mix of anger and sorrow. However, this time, his gaze wasn't directed at Murong Lin, it was fixed at a distance, where Chu Ziyi's army was positioned. Kneeling down on one knee, he placed his right hand over his chest and declared, "Your Majesty, this is the last service I can render for you." Without delay, he rushed toward Murong Lin after uttering those words. But before doing so, he shouted toward Ma Ji Chong without looking back, "Ji Chong! Stop guarding the provisions! Run, quickly! This person is the mastermind behind everything." Zhang Wenyuan had cleverly deduced this fact upon witnessing Murong Lin's control over the blood bat locusts. He now knew that these locusts, which had plagued their country, were unleashed by this man. Therefore, the public's criticisms and protests against their ruler, His Majesty, had undoubtedly been instigated by this individual. Even the upheaval and the encirclement of the demonic beast forest's demonic beasts might have been foreseen by this man. Fear gripped him instantly. His fear wasn't solely because of Murong Lin's plans and strength but also because a man of such power had chosen to resort to such vicious schemes to ruin Chu. Glaring at Murong Lin, Zhang Wenyuan gritted his teeth as he swung his spear and shouted, "Do you know how many deaths you've caused?" During his journey to this point, he witnessed the devastating effect of the blood bat locusts on cities and villages. The once beautiful landscapes had been reduced to desolation and ruin, leaving him filled with a deep sense of hatred. Zhang Wenyuan's hate-filled attack not only drained his spiritual powers but also consumed a significant portion of his blood essence. "Stand, fight, win!" Murong Lin casually swung his blade in response. "Everlasting style!" He smiled at Zhang Wenyuan while muttering, "Deaths are inevitable for humans. Rather than dying from natural causes, why not die by my hand? It'll be convenient for me to grow stronger." His blade's light flickered, colliding with Zhang Wenyuan's attack and slicing through his clothes. Hints of blood fluttered through the air, falling helplessly to the ground. The potent blade intent slipped into Zhang Wenyuan's body, gradually eroding his spirit. As the strike connected with his form, Zhang Wenyuan's expression slowly froze, and in that very instant, he felt eternity. It was over. Everything had come to an end. The army found itself surrounded, trapped with no way out. Zhang Wenyuan was overwhelmed by a surge of fury, indignation, and shame, but it was all in vain. He could only raise his head to gaze at the sky as a teardrop rolled down his cheek. Ma Ji-chong had heard Zhang Wenyuan's desperate cry, but he knew that this was not the time to succumb to emotions. Instead, he swiftly made a move to leave. However, a sudden chill emanating from behind him made him turn his head, and he instantly recognized the piercing light hurtling toward him. At that moment, he experienced a fear far greater than the dread he had felt from the sky-engulfing blood bat locusts. It was the fear of death. This strike seemed to have instantly shattered his life force. Even before his body made contact with the blade's light, he was sent flying. The arrays set up around him erupted in a cascade of explosions, disintegrating under the impact of the blade's light.